Time itself is nothing but your decision to struggle with the same rut. Your decision to struggle with the same rut is time, Kala. Your decision to swallow time is Kala Bhairava. Stand. Be a conscious woman or man. Be conscious being. Shrink the time through conscious will persistence. Make the future into present by being ferocious with yourself. Time itself is nothing but your decision to struggle with the same rut. Your decision to struggle with the same rut is time, Kala. Your decision to swallow time is Kala Bhairava. Stand. Be a conscious woman or man. Be conscious being. Shrink the time through conscious will persistence. Make the future into present by being ferocious with yourself. Time itself is nothing but your decision to struggle with the same rut. Your decision to struggle with the same rut is time, Kala. Your decision to swallow time is Kala Bhairava. Stand. Be a conscious woman or man. Be conscious being. Shrink the time through conscious will persistence. Make the future into present by being ferocious with yourself. Time itself is nothing but your decision to struggle with the same rut. Your decision to struggle with the same rut is time, Kala. Your decision to swallow time is Kala Bhairava. Stand. Be a conscious woman or man. Be conscious being. Shrink the time through conscious will persistence. Make the future into present by being ferocious with yourself. Time itself is nothing but your decision to struggle with the same rut. Your decision to struggle with the same rut is time, Kala. Your decision to swallow time is Kala Bhairava. Stand. Be a conscious woman or man. Be conscious being. Shrink the time through conscious will persistence. Make the future into present by being ferocious with yourself. Time itself is nothing but your decision to struggle with the same rut. Your decision to struggle with the same rut is time, Kala. Your decision to swallow time is Kala Bhairava. Stand. Be a conscious woman or man. Be conscious being. Shrink the time through conscious will persistence. Make the future into present by being ferocious with yourself. Time itself is nothing but your decision to struggle with the same rut. Your decision to struggle with the same rut is time, Kala. Your decision to swallow time is Kala Bhairava. Stand. Be a conscious woman or man. Be conscious being. Shrink the time through conscious will persistence. Make the future into present by being ferocious with yourself. Time itself is nothing but your decision to struggle with the same rut. Your decision to struggle with the same rut is time, Kala. Your decision to swallow time is Kala Bhairava. Stand. Be a conscious woman or man. Be conscious being. Shrink the time through conscious will persistence. Make the future into present by being ferocious with yourself. Time itself is nothing but your decision to struggle with the same rut. Your decision to struggle with the same rut is time, Kala. Your decision to swallow time is Kala Bhairava. Stand. Be a conscious woman or man. Be conscious being. Shrink the time.
Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrisham Tattvamasyaadhilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalam Achalam Sarvadi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami.
Nithyanandam to everyone, all viewers that are tuning in live.
We welcome each and every one of you for this exciting Parashakti Akashic reading program. And to all the viewers that are tuning in and watching us via YouTube, Facebook, and KAILASA's page Nithyananda YouTube channel and Nithyananda TV and various social media platforms, we welcome each and every one of you for this program. And before we enter into the program, you all can take a few minutes to like, share, and subscribe this video and hit the bell icon so you can get notification of each and every exciting videos, exciting gifts that Swamiji is offering to the humanity on your phone.
So, Nithyananda, it's been a while. Like now we are seeing, everywhere the whole buzz is started already. I think after 3 years, we're going to be having a very exciting program that's coming up.
Yes.
And this is going to be a spiritual blast. I mean, every December, Swamiji gives like what is the best for the whole year. Swamiji gives that as a capsule, I would say, like just as a everything put together plus much more. For each year, it's given in the December. But for the last 3 years, it was different. We were having like continuous Paramashivam level 2 program that was happening unbroken. And now the gift has come where not just this year and not just even the last 3 years, but till now, whatever Swamiji is revealed to the world, everything put together, plus much more. And we're going to be experiencing the vertical time zone, parallel universe, and whatnot in this exciting Paramashivoham level 3. So we welcome all of you that are watching us live to come and join us for this program. Now, today we are going to be taking you all through the Parashakti Akashic reading, the revelations from the Divine Cosmic Mother.
Now, let us understand first who is Parashakti. Who is the Divine Cosmic Mother? Parashakti, Devi, is the Cosmic Mother, the source of the universe. Actually, she's a cosmic womb, like how a mother births us. She manifests another life out of her own life and blood. Same way, it is Parashakti, the supreme consciousness, the supreme feminine consciousness, which is a cosmic mother, which births all the lives in her Hiranya Garbha.
Devi, the ultimate pure feminine consciousness, she is the source Shakti, from which billions and billions of universes come out and go in. Those where the Big Bang and the black hole goes on. Parashakti is the main deity of the sacred feminine and the divine consort of Bhagavan Paramashiva.
The first and foremost relationship in our life is mother. Ability to learn, even the idea to relate starts with the mother. How one relates with the mother, how to relate with the mother. Understand, your idea to relate, your ability to relate with life starts with mother. How you connect with mother, that's exactly how you connect with life. Mother is two important ways to connect as life. In the Vedic tradition, our rishis were aware that your ability to connect with the mother should be directed to the cosmos. It should inspire, it should awaken your higher consciousness, it should inspire your higher consciousness to express through you. It should awaken your higher consciousness to connecting with life as mother. And that is the most sweetest and that's the most beautiful, profound experience that you can taste in your lifetime.
Now let's understand the science of Bhava Samadhi Darshan. Now, what is this word bhava? Bhava means attitude or aspect, means being one with the source through this aspect is what is a full term. Bhava Samadhi. Sama means oneness, and Adi means source. Samadhi means one with the source. I'm also seeing a lot of comments that are coming in, and I think looks like many people are commenting. Ma Vikrant Valgaya Nithyanandam, Ma Gauri Nithyanandam, Andrea's Kalpanis Nithyanandam, Ma Saranka Nithyanandam, and yes, Nithyanandam to everyone. So wonderful to see everybody that have logged in here. And yes, you all are requesting to the body scan. Yes, we are going to be having the power of body scanning also demonstrated shortly.
காளியின் ஆட்டத்தை ஆனந்தத்தை ஆனந்தத்தொடு ஆடிய ஆட்டத்தை கண்டோர் உயிருக்குளெல்லாம் இறங்கி குண்டலினியில் உயிர்ப்பிக்கச் செய்து மாய மனத்தின் இருளை அகற்றி மாயம் அழித்து மங்களம் தந்து குரு பக்தியும் சிவ பக்தியும் பரமசிவ பக்தியும் பரமசிவ சக்தியும் அளிக்கின்றேன். மனமாயை விடுத்து குரு பதத்தை பற்றுங்கள். நித்யானந்தமாய் நிஜாவதாரமாய் வந்துதித்த என்னை பற்றி வாழ்வில் எல்லா நலமும் பெற்றிடுங்கள். ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
யாதுமாகி நின்றாய் காளி, ஓம் காளி ஓம் சக்தி, ஓம் காளி ஓம் சக்தி, ஓம் சக்தி ஓம் சக்தி ஓம் சக்தி.
ஓம் 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 ஓம். காளியின் ஆட்டத்தை ஆனந்தத்தை ஆனந்தத்தொடு ஆடிய ஆட்டத்தை கண்டோர் உயிருக்குளெல்லாம் இறங்கி குண்டலினி உயிர்ப்பிக்கச் செய்து மாய மனத்தின் இருளை அகற்றி மாயம் அழித்து மங்களம் தந்து குரு பக்தியும் சிவ பக்தியும் பரமசிவ பக்தியும் பரமசிவ சக்தியும் அளிக்கின்றேன். மனமாயை விடுத்து குரு பதத்தை பற்றுங்கள். நித்யானந்தமாய் நிஜாவதாரமாய் வந்துதித்த என்னை பற்றி வாழ்வில் எல்லா நலமும் பெற்றிடுங்கள். ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
யாதுமாகி நின்றாய் காளி, ஓம் காளி ஓம் சக்தி, ஓம் காளி ஓம் சக்தி.
Welcome back, dear viewers. Now we're going to be seeing, we're going to be experiencing like how when Devi Parashakti is giving us all that opportunity to witness her cosmic dances. So literally, Devi just said in this Kali Natathe, we just saw that video. And Parashakti Akashic reading is that time where we experience the darshan with the divine, coming face to face with the cosmos. Now, we have been with Swamiji for the last 8 years, and each time, how does it feel when you just go and receive the darshan, just being in the breathing space of Swamiji?
Absolutely, it is just like so beautiful to even go where you'll completely even when it just entering into the breathing space of Swamiji. It is so no matter whatever emotions, you know you might even be in the worst ever feeling of your life, but then when you just go in front of Swamiji, literally you can touch and feel bliss in the air around Swamiji, and that is the intensity, that is the space, the powerful superconscious vibration that is present around an avatar at all the times.
I mean, darshan itself means have a glimpse of that experience, right? Like, because this darshan, its space is continuously present around the avatar, continuously. And even just once we have the darshan of the avatar, our very being gets cleansed of the karmas. It is such a powerful superconscious vibration that is present around the avatar at all times. So before we enter into the program and learn more about the program, there are a few things that we need to understand. First, the divine cosmic beings are real. They manifest from KAILASA, the enlightened time-space zone, through the deities and incarnations. And these divine cosmic beings manifest through the Archavatars, the deities in the temples, and through the powers of Darshans in the Nijavatas.
Now, what we are going to see is where each and every superconscious beings, the deities, are manifesting through the Nijavatara, and that is Bhava Samadhi Darshan. And actually, in this Bhava Samadhi Darshan is a very, very sacred and a very beautiful science where we all will understand how the science where the Nijavatara is manifesting the various components, the consciousness of Paramashiva, which is a formless, and where it expresses through the being of Paramashiva, the Divya Sharira or the light body, and it manifests as the embodied form, as the Nija Avatara of Paramashiva.
Take for example, the Parashakti expresses through the being of Rajarajeshwari and manifests as a Nijatara, the physical embodied form of Devi Meenakshi.
Now, Bhava Samadhi Darshan, what happens when you watch, when you just witness the Bhava Samadhi Darshan? It awakens the latent inner potential energy in each and every human being, and that creates an influx of superconscious energy. Now, what happens is this influx of superconscious energy visibly slows down your aging process, improves your immunity to diseases. And during the darshan, your whole brain comes alive, turning into a superconscious conductor of conscious energies that heal, empower, and enlighten every being.
The next thing that happens during the Bhava Darshan is the mirroring of neurons. Mirror neurons activate and process all the observed movements or information of the avatar just by seeing. That means your entire body, silently, without any movement, recreates what's happening in the avatar just through the process of seeing. And next we say it's Parashakti Akashic reading. So what does this Akashic reading mean? Understand, everything that has happened, happening, and yet to happen is already recorded in space. That's what is called as Akasha. Actually, beyond the dimension of time, all past, present, and future, all three merge into one. It's only from the dimension of time, like merge into one, also I would say it happens simultaneously. But only from the dimension of time, past, present, future even starts manifesting separately.
Actually, it is the dimensions goes like in this order, right? It goes from length, breadth, depth, time, and space. So that's why we say in the space dimension there is no past, there's no boundaries, because time is like it comes on before the space. So that's like the fourth component or the fourth dimension, right? The fourth aspect. So in length, breadth, depth, and time, you're bound by the parameters of time and space, right? You're bound by the past, present, and future. But in the Akasha, the fifth space, is where all of them confluence, all of them merge together, and it becomes, there is no time, there's no past, there's no present, there's no future. It's a canvas. It's a huge space of simultaneous happening, simultaneous creation, simultaneous sustenance, simultaneous rejuvenation, and delusion and liberation. Everything happens simultaneously.
Actually, that space, accessing those cosmic archives where this information about the past, present, future, everything is stored, is called as Akashic reading. And that happens only through an avatar. It's not any prediction. It is not any type of like a just envisioning or like what do they say? Intuitioning something. No, it is not an intuition. It's not a prediction. It is just reading out the cosmic archives as they are.
And now, one of the most important components, it is not that easy that people get to access these extraordinary sciences. It's no joke that sitting here in the modern world and sitting somewhere on our Facebook and YouTube, we get to access these great sciences. If there is one reason that we, all of us human beings, have access to these extraordinary sciences, it is the compassion of the avatar, where time and again, once in every yuga, the super consciousness decides to descend on planet Earth to elevate all the suffering of human beings and to give them with a super conscious breakthrough. And the avatar, the supreme godhead of Sanatana Hindu Dharma, Paramashiva, has come down today as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the 1008th incarnation of Paramashiva, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Shri Nithyananda Paramashivam. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the 1008th living incarnation, manifestation or representation of Paramashiva. Paramashiva is the primordial divinity of Hinduism, the supreme godhead. And Swamiji is avatar of Paramashiva as per Hinduism, and he is recognized by his predecessors as the avatar, the incarnation who has come down to give the humanity with a superconscious breakthrough.
And Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, is a present 293rd Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam of KAILASA, known as Shyamala Pita Sarvanya Pitam. And he is also, like all of us can see the pictures here, the Shyamala Pita Sarvanya Pitam, like he's coronated 293rd Guru Mahasannidhanam of Madurai. It's one of the oldest Hindu papal state in the monastic kingdom, just at the age of 34. All of us can see here Swamiji visiting these traditional temples. And he is also declared as a successor of the Arunachala Sarvanya Pitam by the Guru Parampara, just at the age of 16. So all of us can see here the Guru Parampara.
And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism founded the mission, the Nithyananda Sangha, to revive Kailasa internationally at the age 21 in 1999. Swamiji was just 21 years old when Swamiji founded the mission, and Swamiji took it upon himself to revive the whole Kailasa, the whole of Hinduism on his shoulder.
Actually, what you're seeing here is just a glimpse of few of the rarest collections that we have from that year. We can just see the young Swamiji who's there, and like that's when Swamiji began the whole mission, decided. And like here we can see just at the age of 24, he founded the Adi KAILASA Sarvanya Pitam, just in Vidadi, Bengaluru. And at the age of 26, he was declared as a successor of Bhagyanagara Shripura Sarvanya Pitam at the age of 26.
And also in the December of 2004, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was offered as and declared as the incumbent emperor of Suryavamsha Surangi Samrajyam of the Suryavamsha lineage. At the age of 26, here you all can see the lineage of kings, and then you can see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism gracing the throne as a king of the Surangi Samrajya.
And this is the Suryavamsha is the greatest lineage which had great beings like Harishchandra, Bhagirath, and Sri Ramachandra Prabhu. And in that, starting from Ikshaku, like in that lineage, Swamiji is now the successor of that lineage, and he is incumbent emperor of the Suryavamsha Sarangi Samrajya. And he is the reviver of Adi Pallava Sarvanya Pitam at the age of 29, 2007. We can see also again when Swamiji once again went in Padayatra, Swamiji establishing the Sri Yantreshwara and doing the Abhishekam, the Kumbha Abhishekam. And here we can see at the age of 30, Swamiji was coronated as a successor of Kashi Sarvanya Pitam and Varanasi, Kashi. And we can see Swamiji sitting here.
And Swamiji was also coronated as a Mahamandaleshwar, the supreme spiritual head of Mahanirvani Akhada, which is the largest apex monastic order, the youngest Mahamandaleshwar at age 35 in 2013.
And he was also coronated as the Guru Mahasannidhanam of Panchavaradinam at the age of 36, 2014. He was coronated as the Guru Mahasannidhanam of Tiruvaruradinam at the age of 36. And is coronated as the Guru Mahasannidhanam of Vedaranyamalinam at the age of 36, and as the Guru Mahasannidhanam of Dharma Mukti Swargaparamadinam at the age of 37. Actually, each of these coronations that have happened, and after that, actually even from before and even after that, the revivals Swamiji has done is just immense. We can also see at the age of 37, Swamiji is coronated as the Guru Mahasannidhanam Adipita Kolatamata, and he was elected as supreme pontiff of Hinduism by a congregation of over 1,000 Hindu pontiffs at the age of 36. Actually, it was an amazing grand scene to witness. Thousands of Atirudra Mahayaga happening and so many Hindu pontiffs gathering. And he was revered as most prolific, most viewed guru in the digital world, read and watched by 1 billion plus followers in Hinduism. The reviver of the world's greatest digital Hindu nation with over 1 billion views.
And also, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has extended 26 years of relentless humanitarian services and initiatives, which includes free Annadan, the vegetarian food bank, or medical services, national disaster relief, women empowerment initiatives, and conflict resolution and peace initiatives, sustainable Hindu practices through various international agencies and bodies.
All of us can see how Swamiji gets onto the ground and Swamiji does the services. And he has authored more than 1,000 books, 1,500 plus books and 10,000 articles, mainly which are in English, Tamil and Sanskrit, and now translated in much more than 54 plus languages, with over thousands of titles, over 20 million copies of books and articles sold, read, and downloaded. It established the largest Hindu library with over 1 million books, 1 million palm leaf sculptures, and over 20 million digital books.
And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism also has over 10,000 hours of discourses with over 1.1 billion views on social media.
And he is respected as the commentator of all sacred scriptures such as Upanishads, Bhagavad Gita, Shiva Sutras, Yoga Sutras, Ashtavakra Gita, Jain Sutras, etc. And he is honored as leader of Hinduism, the most awarded, internationally recognized Hindu leader. He is acclaimed as one of the top 100 spiritually influential living personalities by the Watkins Mind, Body, Spirit magazine. He's established the largest Hindu university in the world with satellite campuses in over 150 countries. Establisher of thousands of KAILASA Enlightenment ecosystem, which are supporting people even during these times of pandemic, with his helping the people in their emotional well-being, mental well-being, spiritual well-being, and keeping them healthy.
Actually, along with reviving these hundreds of these Sarvajna Pitams, each of them are revived. Many of these were directly established by Paramashiva, and there are so much of invasion, so many attacks that has happened, and today Paramashiva himself is reviving it back. There are so many kingdoms which was taken away from us, snatched away from the Hindus during persecution, and today Swamiji is standing as a sole voice to bring the whole loss back to humanity and gifting it back for the greatest benefit of humanity. Now, one such very important contribution of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the science of Shaktis. Let us enter into what are Shaktis, what is Shaktis, and understand a little bit more about it after.
Time itself is nothing but your decision to struggle with the same rut. Your decision to struggle with the same rut is time, Kala. Your decision to swallow time is Kala Bhairava. Stand. Be a conscious woman or man. Be conscious being. Shrink the time through conscious will persistence. Make the future into present. by being ferocious with yourself. Time itself is nothing but your decision to struggle with the same rut. Your decision to struggle with the same rut is time, Kala. Your decision to swallow time is Kala Bhairava. Stand. Be a conscious woman or man. Be conscious being. Shrink the time through conscious will persistence. Make the future into present by being ferocious with yourself. Time itself is nothing but your decision to struggle with the same rut.
welcome back all the viewers. And just as we were discussing, we have so many of you who are joining with us right here. We have Ma Gauri, and we have Vikrant Vaya, and then we have Ma Saranka, Ma Nityananda, Andreas Aya, and then we have Ma Kshipra Prasad Vivekananda, and then we have Zen. And yes, we have someone named Zen. Okay, great. So we welcome each and every viewer that are joining us, and it's so exciting to see so many of you excited and participating in the program. And
welcome to all of you. So I'm seeing comments also.
yes, and for all those who are registering for Paramashivoham, the grand Paramashivoham level 3 program that's coming up, and each and every one of us are excited for it. And yes, if you have signed up for it, we'll have our Department of Human Services reaching out to you and guiding you as to what are the steps that you can take, and you'll be receiving calls from our Department of Human Services to guide you further for your comfortable journey of the program. So Zenaya, you should be receiving the call too. Thank you for commenting, Aya. And we have all the viewers who have joined us, and many of you are requesting for a body scanning. So talking about the Shakti of body scanning, to all the viewers that have joined with us for the first time, one of the most unique contribution, something that is beyond the comprehension of science, is Shaktis. Swamiji very beautifully explains that Paramashiva, the supreme godhead, the primordial divinity of Hinduism, has elaborated in detail about how each and every human being is hardwired to be able to manifest 463 plus extraordinary Shaktis.
So when you say this term Shaktis, what does this exactly mean? Like, is it some magic that we can do, or is it some, what exactly are these Shaktis?
In our core scriptures of Sanatana Hindu Dharma, Paramashiva has revealed about 463 plus extraordinary Shaktis. This is like basically like a system or a method or a science rather for how human beings can explore the various dimensions, possibilities, and powers of their existence, where you have access to the higher states of consciousness, not like limited to what the matrix that we live in, but something beyond, where you can access the higher states of consciousness. And these Shaktis, most importantly, do not manifest from the understanding or from the cognition that you are a man, then you need to reach a divine. No, that is, this Shakti manifests as an inherent expression of the divinity within, which is awakened by the initiation of an avatar.
Now, actually, this reminds me of the difference between the Shaktis and Siddhis. When you do your effort, you put in your effort, you do your tapas, your penance, what you start manifesting as a side effect of it are called as Siddhis. Actually, I used to think that these Siddhis are the ultimate, like before knowing about Swamiji. And I used to think that these Siddhis are the one that actually manifest inside you. Everybody manifests Siddhis because you need your tapas. But the thing here is, there is a drawback in this, because these Siddhis also have the potential to divert you away from enlightenment. Because these are what is coming in your way. So when you are traveling towards enlightenment and when these are manifesting, these are like milestones and they may distract you away. Whereas on the other hand, Shaktis, they manifest not as your effort, but as a gift, as a boon from Paramashiva. When you have feeling connection with the Guru, high integrity with the Guru, what starts manifesting through you are called as Shaktis. Shaktis are the source of enlightenment. And these Shaktis are permanent and they manifest through ordinary human beings in an extraordinary way, just after the initiation from the avatar.
Now, how does this Shakti get awakened? I was talking about divinity or talking about how these Shaktis manifest. These Shaktis, the source of these Shaktis, the foundation of these Shaktis is Paramashiva. Paramashiva is the primordial divinity of Hinduism. He is a supreme godhead, the source of Sanatana Hindu Dharma, who is Swayam Prakasha, self-effulgent. And Paramashiva, the primordial divinity, is all-pervading, unchanging beyond time, space, form, and causality. He exists in his fundamental, the base, he exists as avyakta or unmanifest form. And in his manifest form, in the Vyakta component, through his Vyakta aspects, he manifests as Paramashiva with 25 heads, 75 eyes, Parashakti seated on his lap, and he performs the Panchakritya of the five cosmic acts to sustain the whole, to run the whole universe, to run the whole, actually, universes together. Paramashiva performs the five primordial actions of Srishti, which is creation, Sthiti, which is sovereign rulership and maintenance, Samhara, which is rejuvenation, Bhava, which is pulling out of delusion, and Anugraha, which is liberating grace for all the living entities, all the sentient beings.
Actually, it's very nice to also see more and more comments coming in. Nithyananda Ma Jyoti Konda, I'm seeing your comment. And welcome to all of you, Mark Shaprapa Sadhanikananda and Zen, Ma Gauri. Welcome to all of you. So before we enter into the next segment, we're going to be sharing more with you, and then we will be entering into the body scanning power, where you are going to be getting an opportunity, who are initiated by Swamiji, through the power of third eye, are going to be connecting with you, and we are going to be able to tell what is the issue you are having in your body. I mean, it sounds surprising, but this is an amazing power. You can experience it yourself. All you need to do is just leave a comment in the comment section. There's nothing else that you need to do from your side. Just leave a comment in the comment section saying you would like to have a body scanning for you. And you don't need to tell about yourself. You don't need to tell who you are, where you are from, nothing. And using the power of third eye, we will be connecting with you, scanning you, and we will be sharing those details which you can verify it yourself.
And actually, let us also understand, see, these Shaktis are not something that has been discovered yesterday or today. From time immemorial, these Shaktis have been passed down. Today, the 1008th incarnation, living incarnation of Paramashiva, the supreme pontiff of Hinduism, has assumed, is walking the planet Earth, the superconsciousness and divinity is walking the planet Earth to extend humanity, to give humanity this same science, where we can apply and benefit from this in phenomenal ways in multiple facets of our life by applying these greater sciences of our life in the most practical way. And actually, in the modern world, in the modern age, where people, even if they want to know, can merely only study it in books, it is only Swamiji that is making it available, easily accessible for common man, where Shaktis and these greater sciences becomes a common commodity for a day-to-day use in many people's lives. In each of these are established with science and completely foolproof and then passed down.
Actually, here we can see Swamiji just at the age of 3. Here, this is Swamiji just at the age of 3. And around him, we can see the Guru Parampara, the great enlightened beings that literally birthed Swamiji through their intense seeking and intense prayer and intense tapas. They literally birthed the avatar. And you can see here, starting from Mata Vibhutananda Puri, Undi Swamigal, Isaki Swamigal, Annamalai Swamigal, Kanchi Paramacharya, and Yogi Ram Surat Kumar, and Sri Tiruchi Mahaswami, Sri Sadhuvam Thinnai Swami, Yogi Raj Yogananda Puri, and Srinivasa Swamigal, Jnananandagiri, and the 230th Guru Mahasannidhanam, and Anga Pradakshina Annamalai Swamigal, Sri Sadhuvam, etc. So we can see here, since to the age of 3, Swamiji had already decided to revive Hinduism. All of us can see, actually in the age of 3, I remember like all the children, like any of us would be busy playing with toys. Here we can see Swamiji already standing with a danda in his hand, doing his first Chaturmasya.
Actually, all these pictures that you're all seeing are rishis, munis, siddhas. They're all superconscious mutants. I request a previous like this. They're all the superconscious mutants who knew the science of incarnation as per Hinduism, where Swamiji was the superconsciousness was brought down to planet Earth with the right exact science as per Hinduism, predicted, recognized, they performed all the tests like exactly like how an avatar will be birthed, and then only Paramashiva, the primordial divinity, was birthed in the form of the supreme pontiff of Hinduism. This happened from various disciplines such as Vedanta, Tantra, Sri Vidya, Yoga, yogic powers, Mantra Shastra, Siddha Vidya, the science of Aushadha, Advaita, Bhakti Yoga, Paramashiva Jnana, and Paramashiva Vijnana. Today, Swamiji is gifting this same science to the humanity, to all of us, for our greater benefit. Now, how do we awaken these Shaktis inside us? Every ultimate truth, the Jnana, powerful cognition, mapped into your consciousness, prajna, manifests as possibility and power of every being, prajnana. And this awakening can happen to you through the Diksha. Diksha is where, just like how a lit lamp can light another lamp, same way this transmission of this spiritual Shakti is called as Diksha. Diksha is a science where just by a look or by a touch, look is the Nayana Diksha, by a touch is a Sparsha Diksha, and by a word is the Mantra Diksha. Through these forms, the avatar transmits his Shaktis, energies, experiences, powers to us by these forms. This is called Diksha, where the latent inner potential energy in us is awakened and we experience the higher states of consciousness. We glimpse the same experience and state that the avatar is in through the Diksha.
A look, a word, a touch. Power of initiation. Diksha is the direct transfer of spiritual energy by an enlightened being through look, word, or touch. The traditional Vedic book Navaratneshwara states, Sarvasamapi dikshanam muktihi phalamakhanditam avirodhat bhavantyeva prasangyastu bhuktayah. The main benefit of all initiations is moksha, enlightenment. As a side effect, health, wealth, leadership and well-being happen. And in Rudrayamala Tantra, Shiva says, Devi diksha vihinasya na siddhihi na cha sadgatihi tasmat sarva prayatnena guruna dikshito bhavet. The one who is not initiated does not attain liberation nor a better future. So by all efforts, one should get initiated by Guru. What is the science of initiation? Neuroscience has proved that the process of initiation floods the brain with energy. This is the superconscious energy of Kundalini, our own highest inner potential energy. As the Kundalini flows from the thalamus to the cortex, it sets up a powerful energy loop within the brain, which awakens the latent non-mechanical parts which we have never used before. With increasing levels of coherence, the whole brain comes alive, turning into a superconductor of conscious energies that heal, empower, transform our lives, bliss and fulfillment. Initiation creates high awareness, visualization, creativity. It also slows the aging process and improves the immune system. Kundalini awakening, healing experience, levitation, teleportation, materialization. Experience the power of initiation through a range of exclusive programs conducted at the ashram. Nithyananda Dhyanapeetham, Nithyananda Nagar, Biddi, Bengaluru. Contact 97422 03311 82774.
Now, what we saw is a science of how an avatar transmits these extraordinary Shaktis into us. But did you know, before every Shakti reaches us, it goes through various aspects of authentication. Only after all these are thoroughly authenticated does Swamiji give this to the humanity.
I mean, each thing, when somebody says Hinduism is the greatest science of life, he literally means that and establishes it by authenticating with 4 aspects of evidences. First is the Shastra Pramanas. Shastra Pramanas are the scriptural references with the unchangeable truths, the eternal unchangeable truths revealed in the source scriptures of Sanatana Hindu Dharma. So the evidence is taken from that. The next is authenticated with Apta Pramana. Apta Pramana are from the experiences and results of Aptas or authorities of Hinduism, the Vedic rishis, the Vedic scientists who time tested and authenticated these sciences. Third is the Atma Pramana from Swamiji's own experiences. Fourth is Pratyaksha Pramana, for the empirical evidence from observation and scientific experimentation. So each science, before we experiencing that, before it comes and reaches us, are gone and like thoroughly studied through these 4 aspects of evidences. Vedas are the ultimate superior authority for Hindus, and Vedas are pure science where the ultimate truths are explained. Now let's enter into the power of body scan.
Now, let us see how this power of body scanning was authenticated. Now, what we saw as the 4 aspects of evidences, we're now going to be sharing that with you for the power of body scanning. The first being the scriptural reference, the Shastra Pramana, which is from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, the 54th verse,
where Bhagavan Paramashiva says, Svadehe jagato vapi sukshma sukshma tarani cha tattvani yani nilayam yatvante vyajyate para.
This verse has a very beautiful revelation that Paramashiva does. Bhagavan Paramashiva says, cognize deeply that from the subtle to the subtlest constitutive principles of your whole body, Swadeha, or of the whole universe, simultaneously consists of the essential reality. They are being absorbed in their source cause, Paramashiva. By the experience of such restful awareness, one becomes complete from all the thoughts, and the supreme, ultimate, universal divine power, the Parashakti, is revealed, and the supreme power manifestation happens. Now, the Apta Pramana for this Shakti is a very beautiful story from the life of a great Siddha called Teraya. Actually, Agastya Maharishi is one of the very prominent, a great avatar and great enlightened yogi who lived, and he's one of the Sapta Rishis as well. And one of his prominent disciples was Teraya. One day, a man was suffering from a very severe head infection. He didn't know what the reason was, and he was trying to find the cure. And he comes to Agastya Maharishi and he prays for help. Agastya performs the power of body scanning, diagnosis without any kind of external equipment or anything, diagnoses what exactly is happening in him, and tells that there's a therai which had entered into his ear. A therai is basically like a small frog, so which had entered into his ear, and through that it went and sat into his brain grooves.
Actually, that shows very clearly. Thousands of years before, no CT scan, no MRI scan, nothing. But the power of third eye, this is where the reference of body scanning. Just through the body scanning, Agastya was able to see through the person and able to scan his head inside his skull, in the brain, was able to scan and tell what was there.
And not just that, the moment he scans and tells what was there, Agastya immediately calls upon Therayar and tells him to perform an open head surgery. Therayar performs the open head surgery, removes the frog, and then the person is completely cured of the headache. This is not a story, this is a science with which so many people lived in the ancient past. This was commonly accessible, and this was lived. This was an advanced lifestyle that all of us have lived.
And now Swamiji is giving that same science to all of us. Now let's take a look at how Swamiji, there's so many thousands and thousands of miracles and leelas that Swamiji has done and demonstrated this power. Now, but what we are going to be seeing here is slightly a unique leela that Swamiji did.
Where once, when Swamiji had a multiple compound hand fracture, Swamiji was forced to go to the surgery and the medical checkups related to that. Swamiji, as the avatar of super consciousness, did not just exhibit the greatest quality of an avatar called the Shushadha, being beyond pain. Swamiji absolutely had no kind of pain, no suffering whatsoever. And in addition to that, Swamiji also scanned his own body continuously. Swamiji was telling the doctors what exactly was happening in the system, what needed to be done. And not just Swamiji did not have any kind of pain or suffering, which completely baffled the whole medical science. You all can see here, this is the exact video clipping on that day. You can see typically a person who has this multiple compound hand fracture is like he's left with excruciating pain
And unconscious.
They can't bear, and they'll not even be able to be conscious. Here you can see Swamiji is not just conscious, he's super conscious. He is beyond pain. There's no pain. Swamiji is smiling, not just assuring everyone around him not to worry about like Swamiji is assuring everyone, I'm completely fine, you don't worry.
And revealing the greatest truths, having type 1 fracture. And at that time, you can see here in this video how Swamiji is still going on explaining and revealing the greatest truths to all the blessed beings around. And today we have this power of body scanning that Swamiji has gifted us.
So now all those watching us, yes, we already have so many people who have commented requesting for body scanning. So now let us take a look at the science, a live demonstration of the science. So let's see how this science is now gifted to all of us and how we can benefit from this. So yes, we have so many of you will be now doing the power of performing the power of body scanning for all of you who have requested.
So I'm seeing a lot of comments that have come in. Nithyananda to everybody. I'm seeing comment from Zach asking for a body scan. Yes, Ma. Dalataksha saying great seeing you guys. Yes, thank you, Ma. Nithyanandam to you too. Anmol Singh is saying thank you so much for all the body scans done for us, and thank you, Swamiji. Have contributed in support of KAILASA from my side and will continue to do so. Anmol Singh ji, wonderful. Thank you so much for sharing that with us. And Saper Aude is also requesting for a body scan. And Anmol Singh ji also said, I have also emailed exact details in my email with your name reference. I hope, sure ji, we will connect with you very soon. And yes, I'm seeing so many comments coming. Zach 333, and just having a request, if you could kindly put your original name and your original photograph. This is a policy that we have from KAILASA's digital security policy. So we request if you could kindly adhere to that, please. And then we will be going ahead and doing the body scan for you. Now, Sape Ode, so this is Ma Nitya Tattva Priyananda. So I'm going to be doing the body scanning for you. So what I'm going to be doing now is I'm going to be chanting the Mahavakya, connecting with Swamiji, and I'm going to be doing the scan.
And in the meanwhile, we just have a reminder to all the viewers that are watching us, just like now, as Mata Tokyo was explaining. As per our national security policy and for our national security protocol, anybody who is commenting, who is part of our community here, we request all of you to have your complete legal name. So you can't put 333 or you can't put different names. You have to have your original name as your name, and your profile picture should have your face, like it should be your picture there. So you can't have some bike or a flower or random pictures. So we kindly request each and every one of you to rename as per this. So please adhere to our national security policy so that you have a blissful experience of your of the darshan and of the program as well. So please make sure that you are aligning to this. It's just a gentle reminder to each and every one of you that are watching us. We also have many people who do not have your pictures as a profile picture. So
the request, if you could have the profile picture also uploaded. It's now Saper Audit. I'm going to be sharing with you what is revealed in my third eye. So just for the viewers, the Mahavakya chanting that we just did, what's just given us is Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. So every time we do the power manifestation, this is the mantra that we chant and we do. So Saper Audit, just wanted to share with you now what was revealed in my third eye. First thing, there is a drop in the testosterone hormone in your body, like a very slight drop, which is creating a lot of imbalance in your system. You will be seeing your first thing, you'll be observing that there's a slight swelling in the neck. And it is affecting your mood, it's affecting your balance, and you're feeling a lot more agitation in the body. You feel very agitated. There's like a innate, like a violence happening inside you for no reason. And I'm also seeing very recently you had hurt your right leg below your knee. You have hurt your right leg, and that is also, that pain is also there. And now it's better, but very recently, about 5 to 6 days before, you have hurt your right leg. And the third thing is that what I was able to see is the appetite has gone lower, and you're feeling there is a feeling of like a void, like blank space happening inside you, which is creating like you're a little afraid to face that, and you're trying to associate that with some, maybe is it a depression or something else, but actually it is just a thoughtless space that is manifesting inside you. There is also very recently you also were getting affected with the bacterial infection that happened in your system, which caused a slight temperature increase. But you do not need to worry, it is not the virus. There is no need for a fear to happen in that. And it has now left your system, but the side effects of that, like there was minor headache, there was slight feverish feeling, no temperature raise, but there was a feverish feeling. This you experienced about in this week only, you have experienced it. But now the virus, now the bacteria is out of the system, but the side effects of it is still there. And that feverish feeling that you were experiencing, the tiredness that you were experiencing was because of this. So these were the things that are revealed. And actually I'm seeing overall your body is quite healthy. But just this hormonal imbalance had happened very recently, which is affecting you even physically, physiologically, and psychologically. In all three levels, you are getting affected by it. And if you see, if you eat the foods which will help you to bring back the hormone levels to normal, do not take any supplements, because it's only a slight imbalance. So do not take any other supplements, just some foods that will help you to balance. Then that automatically in a matter of a week or so, it will come back to balance, as well as you need to do a lot more unclutching. Yeah, if you do that, and the space that's happening inside you, with that, you'll suddenly see a new power will manifest through you. So this was what was revealed. So Sapir Ode, you can acknowledge how much of this you were able to relate with. Yes, Ma Lalataksha has also commented, requesting for a body scan. Sure, Ma Nithyananda is now going to be scanning your body. So whenever we do the scanning, we chant the Mahavakya, connect with Swamiji, and that's how we do the scanning.
Lalatakshama, the first thing that I saw is you have dropped at least 3.5 pounds in weight, if you can measure, and you are having weight loss. And also the second thing is this: you're developing like gums bleeding, as I'm seeing on the left side, and actually that impacts. If you see, they'll always have some bitter taste in your mouth, and that the oral health is deteriorating a little bit. So that's something you need to attend to. And also another thing that I saw is, you're having, there is a deficiency of vitamin in your body, right? So because of which there's a lot of tiredness, and I would say more than tiredness, your ability to focus on something has dropped down drastically, and that is triggering a lot of self-doubt in you, where if you see, you've become very reactive to life situations around you. And I'm actually seeing this little consistently, and I think you really need to attend to this component. I think this is the third time that I'm seeing this same thing that's coming up. So I really suggest to you that you take this in consideration, and please attend to this, because only if you build that physical strength, that whole incompletion and instability will leave you completely. So you will have to attend to this. You can even get it medically verified. I encourage you to go to your doctor and check, and you will have vitamin B level low. That is why if you see, you'll have a lot of pain as well, which is happening. Like you literally feel like it's your whole bone is paining, like that. You'll have so much of weakness and pain, which generally happens, but it does not impact you much because it is not like very often, but it does happen. So that's one thing, and it makes you very reactive to situations. If you can ask the people around you, you would have they will tell you that you would have become more reactive. Like even if a simple thing is told, that triggers you a lot. That is because of this physical weakness. That powerlessness and that incompletion in your inner space is triggered. So if you can attend to this, make sure you do the oil pulling for the oral health, and please attend to your deficiency, and that is only causing the weight loss as well. And even if you eat food, right, it will not get absorbed into your system, and the nutrients will not build up. So that's something that I'm seeing. So you have to detox, you have to eat healthy organic food, and you have to really focus on this so that completely you're able to build your health.
Zach Morgan. Okay. Thank you so much for renaming yourself. I hope the photo you put is yours. So now we are going to be scanning you. You had requested for a body scan earlier, I believe. So I'm going to be now doing the scanning for you and sharing with you.
So Sepia has gotten back saying, thank you so much, Ma. I am repeating the video because I was not able to understand everything that you said. I'm going to listen to it again and come back to you. Sharaya, take your time, and thank you so much for getting back to us. And Zach Morgan, we have Ma Nitya Tattva Priyananda, who's going to be scanning you. Okay. So we also have Ma Saranka, Ma Nitya Lalatakshananda, who's gotten back saying, oh, okay, Ma, sure, thank you. Yes, Ma, very true. So Ma Lalataksha, I encourage you strongly to do this, Ma. It will have a beautiful healing in your system, physically, mentally, and it will make you very strong as well. So to all those that are watching us right now, the purpose of us manifesting these Shaktis is not just to share with you all the joy and the possibility of these greater sciences, but also to show you all that just like how we are manifesting it, just through the Diksha, just from one Diksha with Swamiji, you too can manifest these extraordinary Shaktis. And we have the Paramashivoham level 3 program, which is beginning from the 19th of February 2021 till the 11th of March 2022. I'm sorry, from the 19th of February 2022 to the 11th of March 2022. This grand event is happening, which is going to be personally conducted by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself. And you all can know further details about the program in kailasa.org/Paramashivoham. Please do take your time to go and sign up, because what's in store through Paramashivam for all of us is way, way, way too exciting. And you're going to have much more advanced powers than this initiated, and you will be able to manifest all of them as well.
Yes, Zach Morgan. So I'm just going to be sharing with you what was revealed in my third eye. First thing I'm seeing, your body is becoming, it's very weak inside. You will not be experiencing much in physical symptoms as such, but your muscles strength is quite low. This you can see by you won't be able to carry lot of heavy weights. I mean, consider it to be in the normal standards, you'll feel fine, but your body by itself has become, it's slightly weaker. And you will also see your immune system is weak, which is why you will be able to very easily catch diseases. Like, for example, like just last week, you have had a temperature raise, you had like a fever, and it's a very slight fever. You only felt more of like a sickness, cough, cold like that, but it didn't affect you as a high fever or such. But there was a temperature raise that you experienced. Like this, your body reacts to things very frequently and very faster as well. And second thing, what I saw was in your left side hip, towards the back slightly, you have a birthmark. And this is a unique thing. I just saw that, and there's a birthmark. And I didn't see any other reason or anything why it was shown, but I just saw there is a birthmark towards the left side of your hip. There's a birthmark. And next thing that I saw is that your spine, you're actually slightly slouching forward, and there's no problem with your body. It is a problem with the posture, that like it's like you have started being in that posture, but that is giving you a lower back pain as well as lower confidence inside yourself. Just try this for next 4 or 5 days. With your awareness, just shift your posture to sitting straight. If possible, if you can do the Nithyananda yoga and try it out, you'll suddenly see the confidence you have inside you will shoot up high. There has been some incidents that have happened around the age of 6 to 7 for you, where you have been literally bullied by somebody, which made you, like somebody's made fun of you, you felt bullied, and that made you close yourself, that made you withdraw yourself. And that exact thing is now happening in your body, where actually I'm seeing your growth is getting limited. And that pattern is also making your body slouch forward. That pattern is like shrinking you from inside you, because you feel like withdrawing from things. At your age of 25 or 22 to 25, there was a huge breakthrough that you could have experienced. But this pattern which you are having now, stopped you, made you withdraw yourself from that. So this was what was revealed here. And there's also a heat that is happening in your body that you experience as slight heat, but directly your right side, the temple region, will have like a kind of like a pain, like headache. So that again creates like a stress inside you, but it's starting from the stomach. It is excessive heat in the stomach, which you can just balance it by drinking a lot of water, taking cooling foods, and bringing a pitta to a balance. So Zach Morgan, you could share with us how much you were able to relate with the scan. So anyone else who wants body scanning to be done, we request Saper Ode and Zach Morgan, if you both could get back to us in the comment section. And with this, we come to the conclusion of the segment, and we're going to be moving to the next segment.
Stay tuned with us, and whoever was excited, whoever was able to relate to this, when this power, when you saw, you too can be gifted with this powers and much more in the Paramashivoham level 3, which is coming up, which is directly going to be conducted by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself. So mark your calendars and go ahead and take a few minutes to register. kailasa.org/Paramashivoham. We'll be right back with you all after a short.
Nithyananda. Welcome back, dear viewers. Hope all of you enjoyed that extraordinary demonstration of these extraordinary Shaktis. And you are welcome to join back every day at this time if you would like to have a body scan or would like to have another live demonstration of these powers. We are available every day at 2 a.m. IST and at 4 p.m. IST. So do join back and experience these powers, these Shaktis for yourself. So now let us enter into this next segment and understand who is Devi Parashakti, the divine feminine consciousness. So in this Dhyana Shloka for Devi Parashakti describes that Devi describes herself in the Devi Suktam. I move with the Rudras and also with the Vasus. I wander with the Adityas and the Vishwadevas. I hold aloft both Mitra and Varuna, and also the Indra and Agni and the twin Ashwins. I uphold and cherish the Soma, the exuberant plant that is pressed out for the delight of the gods. I am the supporter of the divine sculptor and craftsman, and of Bhaga and Bhushan too. I am the giver of the fruits of the sacrifices and grant the wealth of oblation to the mindful institutor of sacrifice and to the performer of the Soma sacrifice. Devi describes herself as the embodiment of all the energies of all the gods and goddesses. I am the ruling queen, the authority and amasser of the treasures full of wisdom, first of those who are worthy of worship through the yajna, the fire and sacrifice. It is me the Devas have installed in many places, in many directions, with many homes for me to enter and to abide in. It is by my power and through me alone that one eats, sees, breathes, and hears the spoken word. He is not aware of me, yet he dwells in me alone. Listen with concentration, O those who can hear, for I tell you what is trustworthy. Hear one and all the truth as I declare it. So in these verses, Devi describes herself as the very embodiment of all the gods and goddesses, all the energies in the world. Just worshiping Devi Parashakti is equivalent to worshiping all the gods and goddesses. And Devi is the ultimate pure feminine consciousness. Parashakti is the cosmic mother. It is her cosmic womb from which billions and billions of universes come out and go in. The source where the Big Bang and black holes go on. Parashakti is the source Shakti, source energy, source power, from which all of us came, in which all of us are even now, in which all of us are going to merge. Devi is described by Paramashiva Nikamikagama and expanded by a great saint called Tirumula as Bhuvane Brahmandayoni. Bhuvane means the goddess of the whole universe, and Devi is called Bhuvane. Bhuvaneshwari is called Bhuvane, and her Brahmandayoni, the cosmic womb, from which all of us come out, in which all of us will go back. So this represents the whole energy of the whole cosmos. And all great things can start only with the mother, only with the mother. And it is the energy of Adi Shakti, Parashakti, the technical term in Agamas, Paramashiva calls it Brahmandayoni, means the cosmic womb. Out of her extreme love and compassion, Devi Parashakti herself has been manifesting through the embodied form as the Nijavatara of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, gracing us, answering all of our questions, attending to our prayers, giving boons, healing us, revealing our past, present, and future, delivering profound spiritual truths, and ultimately giving us the experience of Paramashivoham itself. In the words of Devi Parashakti herself, take the Atmalinga, keep in your Sahasrara Chakra, and meditate on the Navagrahas, who are the manifestations of Paramashakti, Parameshwari. Connect yourself with the Navagrahas now. All the grievances will leave. The powers of the Navagrahas will get manifested in the form of the sound of this Navagraha Suktam. Anne Parameshwari, Parashakti, Paramasakti, Navagrahanaiki will manifest in all of you. For the great grace of the Navagrahas to overflow in all of you, she will do good grace. Devi continues on. I am bestowing with good grace, overflowing in Shivamaya, Mother Parashakti in the form of the Navagrahas, overflowing as a great grace that does good to the world, doing good to all of you, destroying all bad. Mother, I am bestowing with great grace as Sarvamangalamayi, as Sarvamangalasvarupini, clearing all the Grahadoshas, entering your being in the form of the Navagraha Suktam, doing all goodness, freeing all of you from Maya and Pralaya. I am giving goodness, I am bestowing with Jnana Shakti, Navagraha Suktam Avataraya. So Devi describes how she is has control of all of the Navagrahas just by praying to Devi Parashakti. You will be able to have her grace and the grace of all of the Navagrahas. So how can we receive Devi Parashakti? As every time we have darshan of Devi Parashakti, what is the best way to receive her grace and her blessings? The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revealed. I wanted to give you one sacred secret. Do this Panchabhuta Yoga whenever you want to ask any question to Devi and receive the answer. On that day, do this Panchabhuta Yoga. Means apply only the anthill mud on the body and take bath, not with any other chemicals, that is the earth element. And then drink only water. Don't eat, drink anything other than water. When you come for the Parashakti Akashic reading, at least for a few hours, 10 hours, prepare yourself, drink only water. The fire in your stomach should be allowed to burn without any food dumped on it. Pure fire. And you can chant the Omkara and intensify it, or the Mahavakya, the Ajaba Japa. But pure fire, no food. Pure fire should be encouraged. Just be in the free air, the open space, breathing the whole sky, at least for a few hours before the session. Intensely unclutch to get the power of the space, the Akasha. And the Akasha is an intense energy, just like the other bhutas, like earth, water, fire, air. The Akasha also is pure consciousness, intelligence, living energy. Once you start unclutching, you manifest the Akasha energy in your consciousness, in you. So this is how you can receive the grace and blessings of Devi Parashakti, how you can prepare yourself, at least for 12 hours before you can do this whole process, to prepare your very being to receive all the energy and blessings that Devi Parashakti is showering upon you. So now let us look at some of the many revelations made by Devi Parashakti. As all of us know, Devi has been continuously guiding and blessing us throughout most of 2021. And Devi has been individually blessing many, many beings. But Devi has also made many sacred revelations for the whole of humanity. So let us understand one of those revelations now. But before we enter into the revelations made by Devi Parashakti, let us understand how we are receiving the grace of Devi Parashakti. It's through the compassion of the avatar. In the Guru Padaka Sotram, composed by Adi Shankaracharya, the very first verse describes how the Guru Padakas, the sacred feet of the Guru, are the boat that helps us cross the Ananta Samsara Samudra, the seemingly endless ocean of samsara, or suffering. And in this verse, Adi Shankaracharya describes salutations to the sandals of my Guru, which is a boat which helps me cross the endless ocean of life, and which endows me with a sense of devotion to my Guru, and by worship of which I attain the dominion of renunciation. Many of us have been feeling stuck in the same storming and raging ocean, being unable to navigate ourselves and lost in this overwhelming vastness of the suffering that has surrounded us during this pralaya, the great deluge. Many of us have experienced in this past year and in 2020, our loved ones dying due to the pandemic, our homes being destroyed due to natural disasters, social institutions crumbling around us, and the whole of humanity is in desperate and dire need of hope. And it is at this time that the Supreme Pontificalism, the incarnation of the cosmic consciousness, super consciousness, out of his love and compassion, having taken the spiritual responsibility for the superconscious breakthrough of the whole of humanity, is manifesting Devi Parashakti, the cosmic mother, in guiding and healing the whole world as literally the boat that sails us through this pralaya, the cosmic deluge. Devi Parashakti is herself manifesting through the Nijavatara and answering each of our prayers, granting boons, healing us, manifesting miracles, removing all of our pain and suffering. And Devi has not just attended to us individually, but also as a humanity at large. And Devi has guided the whole of humanity in the form of revelations of profound sacred secrets of Sanatana Hindu Dharma, and by showing us the future regarding global issues, the COVID pandemic, natural disasters such as fires, floods, and more, and even the twisted human conspiracies and underground wars which have not surfaced to common knowledge as yet. So in this segment, we will be elaborating on some of these sacred revelations made by Devi Parashakti and how people are able to just walk out of how people are feeling stuck across the globe in every walk of their life, and how meditating upon the Navagrahas is the solution to get out of this feeling of being stuck in life. So first, let us listen to the revelations made by Devi Parashakti on the feeling of being stuck during the pandemic, revealed on the 23rd of August, 2021. Sorry for the technical glitch. So now let us watch these revelations made by Devi Parashakti on the 23rd of August, 2021.
Meditate on Navagrahas. They will remove your feelings stuck. Listen. Feeling stuck in the life is due to pralaya. Everyone all over the world is feeling stuck in the life. Meditate on Navagrahas. Connect with Navagrahas. Pray to Navagrahas. You will be free from the suffering of feeling stuck and insecurity. Om. Om.
So now that we have heard Devi Parashakti's revelations, let us just reiterate these revelations made by Devi Parashakti. Tatastu, meditate on the Navagrahas. They will remove your feeling stuck. Listen, feeling stuck in the life is due to Pralaya. Everyone all over the world is feeling stuck in the life. Meditate on the Navagrahas. Connect with the Navagrahas. Pray to the Navagrahas. You will be free from the suffering of feeling stuck and insecurity. Everyone connected, sitting with us all over the world. Listen, I am seeing continuously everywhere people feeling stuck, whether in health or wealth, career, life, relationships, spirituality, power manifestation. Wherever you are stuck is because of the Pralaya. Pralaya gives you delusion, wrong direction, makes you feel stuck. This Pralaya will make you feel your very own room like a prison. The power of this Pralaya will break your mind, crush your being, to the extent that you will start feeling your very room like a prison. The only way to destroy this, connecting with the Navagrahas, meditating on the Navagrahas, and be connected to the Navagraha Nayaki Parameshwari. Take the Atmalinga, keep in your Sahasrara Chakra, and meditate on the Navagrahas, who are the manifestation of Paramashakti, Parameshwari. Connect yourself with the Navagrahas now. All the grievances will leave you. The powers of the Navagrahas will get manifested in the form of the sound of this Navagraha Suktam. Anne Parameshwari, Paramashakti, Parashakti, Paramashakti, Navagraha Nayaki will manifest in all of you. For the great grace of the Navagrahas to overflow in all of you, she will do good grace. I am bestowing with good grace, overflowing in Shivamaya, Mother Parashakti, in the form of the Navagrahas, overflowing as the great grace that does good to the world, doing good to all of you, destroying all bad. Mother, I am bestowing with great grace as Sarvamangalamai, as Sarvamangala Swarupini, clearing all the Graha doshas, entering your life in the form of the Navagraha Suktam, doing all goodness and freeing all of you from the Maya and the Pralaya. I'm giving goodness. I'm bestowing with Jnana Shakti, Navagraha Suktam Avatarayam. And Devi has revealed this solution for people who have been feeling stuck. And people have been experiencing this feeling of being stuck, whether in the dimension of health, wealth, career, life, relationships, spirituality, power manifestation. And wherever we may be feeling stuck, it is because of this Pralaya. We need to understand that it is because of this great Pralaya that has been happening. Pralaya gives you delusion, wrong direction, makes you feel stuck. Meditate, connect, and pray to the Navagrahas. You will be free from this suffering of feeling stuck and insecurity. So now let us look at some of the ways and dimensions in which people have been feeling stuck during this Pralaya, during this pandemic. And people have been feeling stuck or experiencing this in whether it's in the form of increased divorce rates, decreased pregnancies, the loss of jobs, the increase in suicidal rates, the people being unable to buy homes during this time. So let us look at some of these a little bit more deeply. In BBC, it was reported on why the pandemic is causing spikes in breakups and divorces. According to this article, divorce rates are increasing around the world, and relationship experts warn the pandemic-induced breakup curve may not have peaked yet. For other couples, the increase in mental health problems linked to the pandemic is playing a role in breakups. And many people have been experiencing this in many ways, as it was reported in British leading law firm, Stewart's. There has been a very drastic increase in divorce rates, up to 122% increase in inquiries about divorce between July and October. And this is compared with the previous year. So July and October of 2021 in comparison with the previous year. And this spike in search for online advice and has been increased by 34%. And there has been a spike in the search for online advice, and there's been a 34% increase as well in the sale of basic divorce agreements. And many relationship experts believe that even strong couples who weren't facing problems before the pandemic and avoided major shifts in the household health or dynamics may also be susceptible to breakups. This is because the pandemic has taken away well-established routines that offered comfort, stability, and rhythm. This is explained by Ronan Stillman, a psychotherapist and spokesperson for the UK Council of Psychotherapy. So it's not just people who are already in bad relationships or who are already struggling in relationships that are experiencing an increase in divorce rates or relationship problems during this pandemic, but even those who had stable relationships, who have not lost jobs or who still have stable income, stable family life, are still susceptible to breakups during this time. And languishing is the latest COVID buzzword as people feel stuck in the waning days of the pandemic. And it was described in People magazine that languishing is the void between depression and flourishing, and it is the absence of well-being. And in this, it was described that languishing is the neglected middle child of mental health, according to Wharton School at the University of Pennsylvania professor and TED Talk host. It's the void between depression and flourishing, the absence of well-being. You don't have symptoms of mental illness, but you are not the picture of mental health. You are not functioning at full capacity, this professor describes. And in short, languishers are neither mentally ill nor mentally healthy. Instead, they are stuck in a purgatory between the two and at risk of moving towards mentally ill without further intervention. And there's also been a drastic decrease in the pregnancy rates during this pandemic. Over the past 35 years, we have seen the fewest number of births in this past year in 2020, excuse me. And it has been estimated that even in 2021, these birth rates have been affected as well. And according to Time magazine, women are deciding not to have babies because of the pandemic. That is bad for all of us. And it's also reported in BBC that the US is experiencing a baby bust, not a baby boom, as we experience birth rates falling during this pandemic. And in this article, it was reported that US births have been falling for nearly a decade, and 2019 saw the fewest births in 35 years, but the final number of births for 2020 could slip even lower. And an estimated 300,000 fewer babies were expected in the year 2021. And this is mainly due to women who are experiencing the effects of this pandemic, as it has created a turbulent labor market that has disproportionately hurt working women. Last year, women slightly outnumbered men in the workforce, but their labor market participation has dropped below 57%, and this has been the lowest since 1988, according to the National Women's Law Center. So it is not just women experiencing lower birth rates, but even women have been affected in their career, their livelihood, and much more, which has been a result of this pandemic. So these are just some of the various dimensions and ways that people have been feeling stuck during this pandemic. And many of us have been experiencing this across the globe. So Devi Parashakti has revealed that the cascading effects about the cascading effects of this pandemic. Devi keeps reminding human civilization that the effect of COVID-19 has not just stopped with losing life and its irreversible effects on health, but it has also affected the very livelihood of people. This effect is felt in our economy, mental health, and of human beings and social structure tumbling during this time. And just some of the impacts of this pandemic on society has been, it has impacted the education, as 50% of students are still affected by school closures, and it has also impacted the advancement in climate technology, as there has been a 30% decrease in investment in clean energy transition since the onset of this pandemic, and over 135 million people have been pushed into poverty or will be pushed into poverty by the year 2030 because of this pandemic. And millions of people have lost jobs across the globe, and there has been a very serious decline in the labor market. According to research, there has been an estimated 81 million people who have lost jobs since the onset of the pandemic, and due to the turmoil in the Asia Pacific labor market. And there has been a very serious decrease as well in the US residential real estate market as well. And of course, people have also experienced this pandemic has affected their mental health. There has been a very drastic increase in the risk of suicide because of this pandemic. And in the Pan American Health Organization, it was reported that COVID-19 has exacerbated the suicide risk factors. And there has been a 51% increase in emergency department visits for suspected suicide attempts among US girls aged 12 to 17. And this has increased during the pandemic. So even young people are experiencing the effects of this pandemic. So let us now look at what Devi Parashakti has revealed as the solution for getting out of this feeling of being stuck during this pandemic. Devi revealed about meditating on the Navagrahas. So let us understand some of the benefits of praying and meditating. In Healthline, it was reported about the 12 science-based benefits of meditation, which includes reducing stress, controlling anxiety, promoting emotional health, enhancing self-awareness, lengthening the attention span, and it may also reduce age-related memory loss. It can generate kindness. It may help fight addictions, and it improves sleep. And also, it is very well known for controlling pain, and it also can decrease the blood pressure, and of course, it is easily accessible anywhere. So now, let's look at some of the other research that has been published about the benefits of meditation, especially during crisis. According to Cambridge University Press, they emphasize the necessity of meditation during times of crisis, such as the COVID-19 pandemic. And it was also reported about how prayer and spirituality protects emotional health. And in Everyday Health, it was published that prayer and meditation offer a bigger sense of purpose, provide social support, lift the spirit, and help you cope with difficulties. So now let us listen to the revelations from the Avatar himself, and how the Avatar himself has directly demonstrated how meditation impacts our minds.
Nithyananda participates and encourages scientific researchers to derive evidences for meditation and healing through meditation. Dr. R. Murli Krishna, President COO, Integris Mental Health and James L. Hall Jr., Center for Mind, Body and Spirit, Oklahoma in US, and his team invited Nithyananda to derive scientific evidences for meditation and the state of his enlightenment.
When Swamiji came, I have requested him to do one thing. I asked him, would you be willing to undergo some scientific investigation of the meditation process? He very cheerfully agreed without one complaint. He went for 3 repeat sessions for PET scanning and 3 repeat sessions for quantitative EEG sessions. And these are really not very easy tests to go through. It requires a lot of patience and a lot of willingness to do that. So we did that. Because if a meditation process is doing something to your brain, we should be able to detect that. Scientific findings are verifiable. They're replicable. You can replicate them, duplicate them. So Swamiji went through those sessions and we found some interesting findings.
In PET scan, they inject a radioactive dye which goes and sits in parts of the brain that are active. In the normal, non-meditative state, the brain is very active. And when we are seeing someone, the rear end of the brain, the visual cortex, is very active, as shown in the diagram.
Usually the brain is so active, there are 100 billion brain cells there. But what meditation does is something very interesting. It shows the frontal lobes getting more active. The frontal lobe is where you have judgment, wisdom, reasoning. Here are some of the brain scans I'm going to share with you. This is alert, non-meditative state. The second one is 30 minutes into 30 minutes meditation. Look at the frontal lobes, how they light it up. They light it up big time. 60 minutes of deep meditation, and here is a deep, deep level of meditation where it lights up significantly right here. Right in the middle. Probably 1.5 inches, 2 inches deeper. What's interesting was, Swami was inside, and that's the last part of that one. See that right here? So what's interesting was, I've never seen that before in my life. So the other parts I've seen may not be to the extent that Swamiji showed. But this is something interesting. There is something called dopamine, which is a chemical our brain is involved in. Dopamine is produced mostly in this area. And when you have any pleasurable feeling in your body, it is mediated through dopamine. It's a neuroreceptor. It's a chemical that transmits messages of pleasure. It basically evokes pleasure chemical. You eat the same thing with visual pleasures you have. Beautiful people, beautiful sceneries, nature, whatever gives you pleasure. It's mediated through dopamine. Everything that human being experiences involves dopamine. But what's interesting is that you and I have the potential to create our own dopamine in a big way. So I named it, for lack of a word in the past, the D spot, which is the dopamine spot. If you can discover your D spot, you got it made in life. The D really stands for divine spot. The D also stands for delight, and the dopamine spot. What's also interesting is that he could, at will, go in and out of the states. Those are some of the findings I want to share with you. There's so much more talk about physiology of mind and brain and the body. It's a fascinating field that this is something that all human beings can relate to, can apply in our own lives. Not only a sophisticated knowledge, but these things have application in daily life for all of us.
Nithyananda's system of free healing, known as Nithya Spiritual Healing, has been baffling the medical world, curing diseases from migraine to cancer. Qualified people are also initiated to become healers. The complete report of the research conducted on Nithyananda's neurological system can be found in the book mystic phenomena, scientific data.
Yes. Now that we have understood the benefits of meditation, let us understand what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revealed about prayer and how prayer can be the best stress buster.
If you are not allowed to do yoga, made to believe early morning sleep is the best thing in your life, you are tortured, you are abused, your divine rights are violated. If you are constantly inspired to do yoga early morning, Brahma Muhurta time, and everyday puja, sit that 30-40 minutes and melt down by feeling connection. Understand? Nothing can be compared to prayer to bust your stress. I tell you, prayer is the best stress buster. Deep feeling connection and tears rolling in your eyes and melting down. Prayer to Paramashiva. Intense yearning, Vyakulata, talking to Paramashiva, relating to Paramashiva. Nothing can be compared to that to bust your stress. I tell you, every day puja is an ultimate recharging experience. If you do everyday puja, the kind of the stress-free life you will live, your whole biological clock will be aligned to KAILASA. I tell you, I have seen the people who have the habit of Nitya Puja live long. Not just long, happy. In my whole life, it is Nitya Puja, Puja, that gave me all the best things of life. Everyday puja, relating with the deities is the best stress buster. Touch the deities, do decoration, dress up. Even now, my best time of the day is when I sit with my deities. When I sit with my deities, dress up the deities, jewel them, spend time with them, talk to them, intensely pray, deeply connect and pray. Understand? You do not know the power of Archavatara. God landing in physical deity form. Never underestimate the power of Archavatara. The Archavatara is equivalent to living avatara. What living avatar can do to you, an Archavatara can do. Atma Linga I am giving to all of you is literally living Archavatara. Is a piece of God. Literally.
Yes. So now let us understand a little bit more about, now that we've understood how meditation and prayer, as revealed by Devi Parashakti, can benefit us and how we can pray and meditate upon the Navagrahas to alleviate the impact of the Navagrahas upon us. Let's understand exactly how the Navagrahas impact us, the planets impact us according to modern science. Let's look at some of the scientific evidence of this. So according to research, planets affect the electromagnetic waves, which is already scientifically proven, and brain waves are a form of electromagnetic waves and hence are affected with the change in position of the planet. So an article published in March of 1951, it was reported that an American radio engineer, John H. Nelson, discovered that there was a degradation in the propagation of radio waves with respect to different positions of planets and at different angles. Now, what do radio waves have to do with humans? Well, radio waves are, as we know, a form of electromagnetic waves. Now, even human brain emits electromagnetic waves, which are better known as brain waves. So both radio waves and brain waves are a form of electromagnetic waves, and brain waves are a weaker form of electromagnetic waves, which are very hard to measure, unlike radio waves. Now, brain waves don't have any interference with radio waves, which are much stronger than brain waves. And if certain positions of planets in space can disrupt the propagation of radio waves, they can also affect brain waves, according to Dr. Percy Seymour, a British astrophysicist and astronomer. And he states that the revolving planets play a very important role in the development of the fetus in the brain development of a human baby. And let us understand a little bit about geomagnetism and solar activity and how they orchestrate the revolving planets and how this ultimately affects human beings. It is observed that magnetic fields of Earth change daily and seasonally. This fluctuation in geomagnetism may have an effect on the human brain. Thus, the fluctuations in geomagnetism does have an effect on the human brain, and thus geomagnetism plays a major role in brain and body development of the human fetus, and it has an effect on different organisms as well. The revolving planets can cause solar activity, which causes geomagnetism. So therefore, solar activity is responsible for geomagnetism, which influences all biological organisms, including human beings. Thus, the planetary activity affects human beings and human activity. It is observed that solar activity is caused by the alignment of planets. Thus, the planets play a major role in brain and body development of the human fetus. And the Earth's magnetic field changes regularly, thereby affecting the magnetic compounds in the cerebellum in similar ways during brain development. This results in similar personality traits for those developing at similar times and in similar locations. According to Dr. Harold Esper, the professor of anatomy at Yale Medical School, he states that complex magnetic fields not only establish the pattern of human brain at birth, but also regulates and controls it throughout life. So this is exactly as our Vedic rishis, our Vedic scientists have revealed in the science of Jyotisha, how the planetary positions affect human beings, not just at birth, but throughout life, how the planetary positions, the alignment of the planets at birth affects us throughout our life. So here is the shloka, the Shastra Pramana for the Navagrahas. And there have been many Puranic references for the impact of the Navagrahas on one's destiny. It has been recorded in the Mahabharata, the Ramayana, and many other Puranas, including the Brahmanda Purana, the Matsya Purana, Shiva Purana, Linga Purana, the Kurma Purana, the Garuda Purana, the Vayu Purana, and the Bhavishya Purana. And while Maharishi Valmiki has given a detailed account of the planetary positions at the time of Rama's birth, Maharishi Vyasa has sketched out the astral landscape leading up to the start of the great Mahabharata war. So both of these great events in our Puranic history have been recorded according to the planetary positions, and these details have now proved extremely useful as we seek to ascertain possible dates for the key events of both the Ramayana and the Mahabharata. So now let us look at some of these references from our Puranic scriptures. So first, let's look at the Ramayana and the story of Ravana and the Shanigraha. In the Ramayana, it highlights the defeat of Ravana at the hands of Shani. Having brought the Navagrahas under his control, Ravana made the Navagrahas lie face down on the steps of his throne. Even Shani could not cast a spell on him as he was unable to face Ravana. So in order for Shani to cast a spell, he must be his eyes must fall on Ravana. So he was unable to cast a spell as he was forced to lie face down. Then Narada Muni came and played his Leela in this whole happening. He mockingly told Ravana that he had no guts to face the Navagrahas, and that is why he made them made them lie face down. So Ravana's pride pricked him, and he ordered the Navagrahas to lie on their backs. This enabled Shani to cast his spell on Ravana and set in motion the events that brought his downfall, and ultimately paved the way for the final battle with Rama, where Ravana was ultimately defeated. And another reference from our Puranic scriptures is from the Mahabharata, the story of Duryodhana, who consulted one of the Pandavas for the astrological guidance during the Mahabharata war in order to defeat the Pandavas. So Dronacharya asked Duryodhana to contact Sahadeva, who was the twin brother of Nakula and the youngest of the Pandavas. He said that Sahadeva was an astrologer and that he would be the right person to consult. Duryodhana was surprised, and he asked Dronacharya how he could ask his enemy for an auspicious date for him to win, and for him to perform a Durga Puja to win the war. And Dronacharya said that Sahadeva would never refuse if Duryodhana approached him just after Sahadeva had his morning puja and his morning bath and puja. And the teacher also told that Duryodhana that Sahadeva spoke the truth always, and that Duryodhana could trust everything that Sahadeva said. So the following morning, Duryodhana went to meet Sahadeva just after he finished his morning puja. He said that he asked Sahadeva that although they were foes, he trusted Sahadeva to be a man of dharma, and that he would perform his duty as an astrologer by speaking the truth. Duryodhana asked Sahadeva to consult the almanac, the Pancham, and specify the right time to start the war. Excuse me. So Duryodhana asked him the right time to start the war to ensure his victory for the Kauravas. So Sahadeva readily looked into the almanac. True to his science of Jyotisha, he made some calculations and gave his predictions to Duryodhana. And he said that the following Amavasya, the new moon day, which would fall in 2 days, was an auspicious time to perform the Durga Puja and to commence the war, as that would guarantee Duryodhana's victory. Duryodhana was very pleased and thanked Sahadeva. He returned to his own army and command center. This shocked Yudhishthira, Arjuna, Bhima, and even Nakula, but they were not particularly upset at Sahadeva. They very well knew that Duryodhana's treacherous qualities and Sahadeva's character of being true to his Jyotisha Shastra, or the knowledge of astrology. The Pandavas, however, were sure that Bhagavan Krishna would come up with a brilliant solution to their grave problem. And after a while, Bhagavan Krishna smiled and with a twinkle in his eye said that he had thought of a solution. Bhagavan Krishna asked Yudhishthira, Arjuna, Bhima, and Nakula not to reveal his plan to Sahadeva. The following morning, Bhagavan Krishna led the Pandavas apart from Sahadeva to the riverside in order to perform the Tarpanam, or the oblations to their forefathers. Yudhishthira was surprised and asked Bhagavan Krishna, why he wanted to perform the ritual a day before the Amavasya, or the new day. And Bhagavan asked the Pandavas to trust him and to just follow his commands. The Pandavas, of course, obeyed and started performing the Darpanam for their forefathers and their ancestors. And this perplexed the gods in heaven. The gods discussed amongst themselves, trying to figure out what was happening on earth. The two main gods involved in the Amavasya are Surya Bhagavan and Chandra Bhagavan, and they both immediately rushed to Bhagavan Krishna and asked him what was happening. They asked Bhagavan Krishna why the Pandavas were performing the Darpanam when it was not Amavasya day yet. Bhagavan Krishna, again with a twinkle in his eye, said that it was certainly not Amavasya before Surya Bhagavan and Chandra Bhagavan appeared before them, but appeared before him to ask this question. But since the two appeared together with each other right before him, they were conjunct, and it was Amavasya. Amavasya was declared and the war was started. Bhagavan Krishna cleverly ensured that Sahadeva did not go against his dharma of being an honest astrologer, and yet started the war at a time that was inauspicious for the Kauravas. And the Bodha in a Amavasya is an extra new moon day that still occurs on the Chaturdashi, or a day before the actual new moon day. So for Krishna, the whole cosmos just readjusted its planetary positions, and the day became Amavasya. Only an incarnation has this power over the entire cosmos, because incarnation is in the space of oneness, and they are established in this space. Arunagiri Yogeshwara has demonstrated this in the life of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself by bringing down the planets to teach astrology to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And not only have we seen this in our Quranic references, but even in modern day, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has demonstrated this power over the celestial bodies by delaying the sunrise. So now that we have seen some of these references for the impact of the Navagrahas and how an incarnation can actually go beyond the impact of the planetary positions, the Navagrahas, let us understand a little bit more about the Navagrahas and who each of these Navagrahas are. First, let's understand the meaning of Navagrahas. Nava means 9 and Graha means planets. So as per Vedic astrology, there are 9 planets that influence our lives. The position of these planets at the time of human birth will have an influence on his actions and reactions to different situations in our life. So even modern day scientists have also shown this, as we saw earlier. In every life has, as it is, has its ups and downs, but when there is improper planetary alignment for an individual, it is called a dosha, or a negative influence. Due to these Navagraha doshas, people fall into depression and certain low moods. This low period may last for some period based on the power of the planets. However, this can be averted with intelligence, connecting to the cosmic intelligence to avert any hindrance in life and to bestow tremendous peace and success in life. The Navagraha Puja is conducted. So you might have noticed that as the moon grows on Purnima, in the first half of the month, the waves in the ocean rise and their aggression subsides as we approach the new moon day, the Amavasya. According to this Vedic science, these planets and their positions will have influence on not just the moon, but even on the human body and the mind. So the Navagrahas are Surya, Chandra, Mangal, Buddha, Guru, Shukra, Shani, Rahu, and Ketu. And each of these Navagrahas work for our enlightenment. So Aditya is the sun, and he promotes strength and courage, health and prosperity, and relief from chronic diseases. And Chandra is the moon and is immensely beneficial for mental peace and charming personality, excellent control over emotions, and keeps your inner space in coolness. And Angarakan is Mars and is the protector of Dharma, and he controls the muscular system of the body and the circulatory system. And Buddha is Mercury, the planet relief from diseases related with the nervous system and body function. And Buddha grants wisdom, commercial success, and growth. And Guru is Jupiter, the master of all the grahas. Shukra is Venus, and Venus symbolizes love and passion. He is a giver of wealth, fortune, and luxury living. If positioned well in one's horoscope, you will be able to experience abundance in all of these dimensions. And Shani is Saturn, and he is very instrumental for reducing the intensity of hardship caused by adversities. And Rahu is the demon's head, and when Rahu is affected, one faces several miseries and obstacles in the way of success. And Ketu is the demon's tail and is a representation of the karmic collection of both good and bad, spirituality and supernatural influences. So now, let us look at some of the deeper insights of the Navagrahas as revealed by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself. We'll be understanding this after a very quick break. So now let us look at what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself has revealed about the Navagrahas. So in the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself, the moment the consciousness enters the body, the energy level of the cosmos at that time of birth gets printed in the consciousness. Your inner space gets a print of the cosmic energy level and the position of the 9 major energy centers of the solar system. And the astrological planets are not only astronomical, but they are energies. A particular energy of push and pull exists between them, and the different energy positions clearly decide the cosmic energy level during the time of birth. Based on that, Jyotisha will be able to predict the course of life. Understand not the exact incidents, because you have freedom. You have freedom to decide whether to sit here or to not, to read this or not, but the overall course of your life can be predicted with the planetary positions. And astrology manifested in the inner vision of the ancient sages, the rishis of India. These yogis, enlightened beings, were able to see beyond the realm of names and forms. They could feel and express the subtle reality that exists beyond cosmic phenomena. And as such, they perceived the primal powers of the cosmic intelligence in the planets and the stars, the macrocosm, and worshipped the cosmic powers within themselves, the microcosm, as powers of their very being. By concentrating intensely on the sun and other planets, they understood the movement of the life force in their body, and by meditating on the life force, they also came to understand the movement of the sun and the planets in the heavens. Through this technique called samyama, they could unravel the secrets of the universe, and they brought down their understanding into a system of Vedic science, which became known as Jyotisha, the science of light. So, as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism revealed, the major course of our life, if you will get enlightened or not, can be predicted. The principles can be predicted, not the policies. Having an idea about your horoscope will give you intelligence and acceptance in your life. The intelligence to take decisions and the acceptance to bear the inevitable things. According to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, a seeker should have a basic knowledge about his horoscope. And the Navagrahas are also known to have an impact on the different parts of our bodies and their smooth functioning. For instance, Surya provides longevity and health. Chandra has an impact on the digestive system, fertility, and mental health. And Mangala affects the muscular strength. Buddha causes respiratory and skin-related issues. Guru impacts metabolism, liver, and pancreas. Shukra impacts the reproductive organs, and while Shani is associated with the nerve-related issues, and Rahu and Ketu are associated with fears and phobias. So the Navagrahas not only impact our how our life moves, but also our very body. So now let us understand what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revealed in the powerful courtyard sessions about the Navagrahas. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revealed that basic interpretations of the grahas, which all human beings have, is that some grahas do good and some don't. For example, people are afraid of the 7.5 years of the Shani transition and the Rahu effect. And some believe that Shukra will do good for life by bringing wealth. But the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revealed that the basis on which all grahas function is to lead the human being to experience Paramashivoham. So no matter what the effect of the graha, ultimately it is to benefit you, to give you, lead you to the experience of Paramashivoham. If a person is suffering from a pattern long enough, then a graha has to intervene and give life situations where the person is forced to break that pattern and move towards Paramashivoham. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revealed that Shani, Rahu, Ketu make one accountable for the smooth flow of the law of the they make one accountable, and they are responsible for the smooth flow of the law of the cosmos. And Shukra will shower you, but will rule you with fear. And Buddha will intensify the effect of any of the other grahas in which he joins with. So the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revealed that just listening to Guru will shield you from any of the impacts of the Navagraha doshas, the impacts of the Navagrahas. That is why when we listen to our Guru, none of the grahas will have an impact on us, because the Guru is always taking us towards the experience of Paramashivoham, and it is always giving us the sweetest path to experience Paramashivoham. And as long as we are integrated to him, the grahas will not have an impact on us. the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, has revealed that if we are stuck in a pattern for long enough and are unable to break it because of the non-listing space, then the grahas will handle us. They will have to impact us in order for us to come out of this pattern, in order for us to continue on our path towards experiencing Paramashivoham. So now let us see what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself has revealed about the influence of the grahas, the Navagrahas, on our enlightenment.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. It actually represents Hindu cosmology. So, in this, please listen. In this sheet, Navagrahas are installed. In this 2D sheet, Navagrahas are installed with three colors. Varivadivu, Olivadivu, Kurivadivu. Means, in the form of mantra, in the form of figure, in the form of symbol. Varivadivu, Olivadivu, Kurivadivu. These are trikalas. In the trikala means is in the form of Navagrahas, in the form of symbol, and in the form, actual form, and in the mantra. Three shapes they are installed, and each one of them are installed in one garbha. Their life is installed in one garbha. So 9 garbhas are on the plate. Then this represents 11 dimension. This 3-layer length, breadth, depth dimension. Inside 9 garbhas are kept representing 9 more dimension. The 11th space cannot be given in matter. It will be given to you as an initiation. So understand? This represents 9 Navagrahas and 11 dimensions. Sadashiva talks about it in Kamikagama, and Shastra Pramana we have, and Apta Pramana also we have. Tirumular, a great saint, he talks about it. Because in this the Trikala means the line form, visual form and mantra form. All three are there. It can be considered as deity, and you can even do puja to it. In mandala, the visual form will never be there usually. But in the Navagraha mandala, it is written, the visual form has to be there. Because the visual form is there, now it is equivalent to a deity also. Not only a spiritual alchemy product, deity also. But you don't need to, there is no compulsion of maintenance. But if you want, you can worship. It is equivalent to an energy of a deity. It will nullify all the evil effects of grahas on you, and it will keep you very pleasant and complete with grahas. So naturally, they will not behave with you like a sadist. They will inform you, support you, and evolve you. See, I tell you, all the 9 grahas have been given a command by Sadashiva. making every being experience Sadashivatva is their responsibility. Either by giving you right experience or wrong experience, they educate you to manifest Sadashivatva. Now, they will make it more easy for you. That's all. There will not be root shocks, surprises, collapsing, waste of time, all that. So it will keep you in the space of completion with grahas.
Yes. Now we've understood a little bit about the Navagrahas and the impact of them. Let us understand what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revealed about some of the powerful cognitions up towards from Paramashiva about the Navagrahas and how we should be humble to the grahas.
Suddenly, maybe the reasons known only to him, he decided to teach the whole science of Navagrahas, showing directly the grahas to me. And he just did something like this. I do not know whether he took me to the space of KAILASA or he brought the grahas to Arunachala, where I was sitting with him. I was sitting with him in the temple, in the Arunachaleshwara temple. Whether he brought them here or he took me there, I do not know. But suddenly I saw like a chess coins, all the Navagrahas, alive, living, moving. And I immediately bowed down to them. The moment I realized they are alive, I immediately bowed down to them. Then he started talking about every graha and explaining who holds what energy and who does what responsibility, and the whole science he transmitted into me, the whole knowledge of Jyotisha. As I said, the words he uttered and the quantity and quality of the information transmitted was unimaginable. He also taught me an important sacred secret. If you can bring a powerful cognition in you and do dharana, dhyana, samadhi on that powerful cognition and be humble to the grahas, understand? Humbleness pleases the grahas. Humbleness makes the grahas happy with you.
Yes. Now, let us see what else the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revealed about the Navagrahas and about how Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism experienced the Navagrahas, with how the Guru of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Arunagiri Yogeshwara, brought the Navagrahas down to the planet Earth to Tiruvannamalai in order for the Supreme Concept of Hinduism to learn and understand about the science of Jyotisha.
Now let me come back to the story. He showed all the grahas and taught me the whole thing. Then after everything was done, he just moved the hand. I don't know whether he brought me back to this planet Earth or he sent the grahas back to their place. Everything was normal. And it was too much, I tell you. I was in awe. Anyhow, the whole knowledge transmission was done. Then I asked him, Swamiji, did you take me there and showed the planets, or did you bring the planets and showed me here? He laughed and said, hey, I brought them here. See, I saw 9 stones on the floor. He was laughing. He was trying to tell me that, hey, through the stones only I taught you. I brought them here. I said, then what was happening there? If the grahas are not there, what would have happened to the world, planet Earth? If somebody looks up, if the sun is not there, what will happen? He laughed and said, I froze the time. Nobody was allowed to look up. Please understand. I am telling as it happened. That's why I told him, please, you reveal, you utter the right words. I wanted the whole thing to be integrated. In integrity, with integrity. Let complete integrity be maintained with Paramashiva. He laughed and said, I froze the time so nobody can look up. Till the whole thing was happening, it was too much. I asked him, can I take these 9 stones? I wanted to keep them in my puja. He laughed and said, why just these stones? I'll install them. I'll put them in a land which will be later on can be beautiful temple. He just blinked his eyes. Both of us were sitting in a place where now the banyan tree is planted in Tiruvannamalai Adinam. That is precise spot. That was the spot. He put all the 9 stones and we both were suddenly sitting there. We just disappeared from the temple and appeared here. And he pushed all the 9 stones on the ground and said, this place will radiate the powers of Navagrahas. Later on, you will understand why I did this here. Of course, maybe after decades, many years, we got that property. Now the ashram is there. When I went back, I know that is the property. That is the reason I put Navagraha Vanas there. Nakshatra Vana in that area for all the grahas and nakshatras to be present and bless everyone. Whoever goes and sits and meditates on Arunagiri Yogeshwara there, with the powerful cognition of Paramashivoham, Arunachala will bless. Arunagiri Yogeshwara will bless. Paramashiva will bless and liberate all of them from all the malefic effects of planets. Go and sit in that Navagrahavana, Nakshatravana and meditate on the powerful cognition. Do samyama on the powerful cognition. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. You are Paramashiva. Chanting Mahavakya. Do samyama. And be humble to Navagrahas. Be humble to Navagrahas. You will be blessed, liberated. No malefic effects will touch you. You will be free from all malefic effects, and you will be only blessed and supported, and blessings will be showered on you.
Yes. So now let's understand what the Supreme Quantum Mechanism has revealed about how the gods are associated to, how the numbers are gods and how they are associated to the grahas, the planets, and how we can benefit from each of these grahas.
Once my guru was trying to teach me the Surya Siddhanta, means how the Panchanga can be predicted and penned down. He was trying to show how the sun is center and earth moves around the sun and moon is around the earth, and the whole structure, including the sun, moon, the whole thing is also moving. He described in an elaborate way. And then he took a chalk piece, just drew some numbers on various parts of my body. The numbers belong to each graha, is directly connected to our internal organs. Each graha influences one of our internal organ heavily. And he drew that numbers on my body, and he drew that same numbers on external, on the floor, explaining how when those grahas change, when those stars move, regular cosmic happenings like Amavasya, Purnima, how those things should be predicted or calculated. That is more like a calculation. It's not even prediction. But its influence on the humanity need to be predicted. Its influence on the individual's lives need to be predicted. My gurus were trying to map this whole science and explain this to me. I think almost the core fundamental structure of Jyotisha and Surya Siddhanta I am trying to explain. Chandaha padautu vedasya hastau kalpodapathyate jyotishaamayanam chakshurniruktam shrotramuchyate sikshakranam tu vedasya mukam vyakaranam smrutam. This is a very traditional verse. In any Gurukul, they will chant this and make you repeat. It's a description. 6 angas of the Vedas in Veda Purusha's body. Jyotisham ayanam chakshu, meaning Jyotish Sastra is considered as eyes of the Veda Purusha. From this we understand that the Vedic astrology is as old as Vedas, or in other words, does not have beginning, anadi. This Shastra is also called Hora Shastra. Hora is an abbreviation of Ahoratram, meaning day and night. It means it is the systematic study of time and its components and parameters and its influence on physical, chemical, biological existence of what we know as life. Listen. One very funny incident happened when he was teaching me. I was so intensely immersed in his teachings. He was showing me, hey, this is Surya. This influences your brain thinking system. This is Rahu. He influences your liver. The actions liver performs physically, its influence on your thinking system, everything, if you map it to the description of Rahu, it will absolutely match. Guru, Brihaspati, is the decision-making mechanism which influences your will persistence, Agnya Chakra. Pituitary glands and its impact on your existence is directly Guru. He was explaining step by step how each of these grahas and their numbers and how they influence your lifestyle, patterns, everything. I'll repeat exact one line. He was touching that Rahu description of how he was describing Rahu and touched my body. Infused that Rahu energy in my liver. I could see immediately so much happening inside me. I just vomited. Literally, physically, felt so fresh, alive, relieved. Of course, after cleaning all that place, everything, my Guru has explained. Eera nerpatta Ayul Neelundambi. In Tamil he said, if the liver is straightened out, life will increase. It is directly Rahu. Rahu is responsible for your longevity. Rahu can influence and put you in addictions and kill you, or he can keep you addiction free or addicted to right habits and food and keep you happy, healthy for any long. This whole thing is related to your liver. If the liver decides to addict you for certain food, nothing can be done. Just by remembering that food, you will be forced, your whole system will be pushed to eat it. After eating, you will repent, but you will not stop eating. He said, integrity of the liver to the purpose of your existence makes you long, happy, healthily living. Because liver sends the signals about hunger and what kind of food you like, the taste, everything. The memories of the food and its taste flashing in your system and you being influenced to eat that same kind of food, timing, rhythm, everything is liver. Whether it is alcohol addiction, which is the worst. The best addiction is addicted to fasting. Let me explain my Guru Raghupati Yogi's words. Eera nerpada means if the liver is integrated, it creates right desires which keeps you healthy, which continuously detoxes you, which creates taste for healthy things. I tell you, my addiction to fasting has brought not just health, 24/7 active, alive, intense living with multi-dimensional work.
Now that we have understood what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revealed about the Navagrahas and how they impact us, how we can benefit from them, how they help us on our path to enlightenment, how we can benefit from the Navagrahas, and how we can remove the overall impact of the Navagrahas just with the grace of the Guru, by the grace of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself. So now with this, we will be concluding this portion of the program, and we'll be right.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive, somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within the next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being Paramashiva. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashiva will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else.
What I mean by the word KAILASA, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to KAILASA, it's okay. KAILASA can come to you. KAILASA coming to you is KAILASA. I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model communities. KAILASAs, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Pitas all over the world. All powerful cognition, knowledge, only when you live, power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. This is a fundamental truth. Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem.
Yes. Now let us. Yes, sorry for the technical glitch. So now let us enter into this next segment and understand how we can connect with Devi Parashakti more deeply. So let's go through some of the various offerings that we can make to Devi Parashakti and understand how we can experience Devi's blessings, her grace on our lives much more. So the first offering that we have is the E-Hundi offering. And this is a general donation like you would make in any other temple. You might just offer a few dollars in the hundi just to offer your love, your gratitude to Devi Parashakti, to divine for happening in your life. And KAILASA has made this very simple and easily available online for you through the E-Hundi offering. And in this verse, it's described that Devi is fond of true devotion and she is realized through true devotion. And she can be won over through true devotion, and she removes all fears. So if there's any fear in the minds of the devotee, Devi is sure to remove that fear. And it is stated that Devi likes to be worshipped in autumn. And this is not the autumn, the season, but rather the autumn of our lives, when our thoughts turn more and more inward, and the role of the divine becomes much more known and clearly understood, and the need for Devi worship becomes much stronger. And in this verse, it describes that Devi is the one who bestows happiness on all of her devotees. So you can offer your gratitude and devotion to Devi Parashakti and make a donation through the E-Hundi offering, and your name shall be chanted during the puja to Devi Parashakti. And the next offering is the Sankalpa, the offering of your conscious resolution to the feet of Devi Parashakti. So in the Saundari Lahari, it describes, let the mantras I chant with the sacrifice in my soul become chanting of your name. Let all my movements become auspicious mantras. Let my travel become perambulations around you. Let the act of eating and drinking become fire oblations in the homas to you. Let my act of sleeping become salutations to you. And let all actions of pleasure of mine become part of your worship. So you can receive blessings for both asked and unasked, remembered and forgotten wishes to manifest by the grace of Devi Parashakti herself. The next offering is the Sahasranama Svarnakasu. This is the golden coins with the various inscriptions of Devi's names on it. And each of these names of Devi are not just her names, but rather the various auspicious divine qualities of Devi Parashakti. And when you offer the Sahasranama Svarnakasu, you will be blessed to manifest the multiple divine feminine conscious attributes, the Ananta Kalyana Gunas of Devi Parashakti herself. And the next offering is the Mukta Anguti, the finger ring with a pearl. And in the Devi Suktam, it describes, let the goddess who brings good fortune, who is praised by the gods, who is served by Devendra, who is praised by the Devas, troubled by the Asuras, who is praised and remembered as devotion to her solves all, who is a source of all good in the world. Let that goddess destroy all obstacles. So you can offer the Mukta Anguti and receive the blessings for protection from all the dangers and fears in your life. The next offering is the Svarna Padma Pushpa, the golden lotus. And in this verse, it describes Devi is the one who bestows accomplishments and intellect, who showers worldly prosperity. Devi, who powers the subtle mantra of the cosmos. I bow to you, O Mahalakshmi. So you can receive the blessings for attracting a positive relationship in both your personal and your business dimensions in your life. Next offering that we have is the Swarnamurti, the golden toe ring. And again, in the Saundariya Lahari, it describes the power of Devi's, just the dust of the feet of Devi Parashakti. And it describes Lord Brahma, the creator of your, selects a dust from your feet and creates this world. The great Adishesha, with his thousands of heads, somehow carries a dust of your feet. With effort, great, and the great Lord Rudra takes it and powders it nicely and uses it as the holy ash. So you can receive the blessings for a life of leadership qualities by offering the worship to the divine lotus feet of Devi Parashakti, achieved by even worshipping a tiny grain of dust from her feet. And the meti is a gold toe ring to worship and adorn the feet of Devi Parashakti. The next offering is the mantika, the gold hairline jewelry. And the mantika represents the overflowing nectar from the Sahasrara Chakra. And Devi is described as the one who makes the nectar flow from the Sahasrara to the Anya and permeates all our 72,000 nadis to give us the ultimate experience of the cosmos. So you can offer the Sarna Mantika and receive the blessings to have your Sahasrara Chakra overflowing and for the blessings to live an enlightened lifestyle. Next offering is the most favorite offering of all the devotees and disciples, the Pratikshapada Puja. So this is the worship of the divine lotus feet of Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, who was manifesting Devi Parashakti herself. And in this verse, Adi Shankaracharya describes, my repute has traveled in all directions through my philanthropy and prowess. All things of this world are in my hands as rewards for my virtues. Yet if one's mind be not centered upon the lotus feet of the Guru, what then, what then, what then? In this verse, you can see the sanctity and the greatness of worshiping the feet of the Guru. You may be having everything in this world, but if your mind is not fixed upon the Guru's feet, then you have nothing in this world. And so you can offer the Pratikshapada Puja to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, who is manifesting Devi Parashakti, the feminine consciousness, the one who's beyond the idea of male and female. And you will be blessed with the sweetest path to enlightenment. The last offering is the Vastra Seva, the offering of clothing during the Pratikshapada Puja to the feet of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, who is manifesting the dimension of the Cosmic Mother herself, and you will receive complete protection on your path to enlightenment. So now we have the list of the various offerings, and we will be running through how to make these offerings and how you can offer your love, your gratitude to the feet of Devi Parashakti after a very quick break.
The ultimate divine descends in human body and expresses its extraordinary powers and experiences playfully. Sundareshwara is the embodiment of this statement. He is not Shiva as you understand, sitting in the Himalayas, frozen in the ice, in Samadhi. Sundareshwara is an artist with tremendous heart, ready to listen to human sufferings, ready to bend for human emotions. The one and only thing you need to obtain His grace is simple feeling connection. That's all. He bends for anybody, to any level. Even the word compassion is too small. He is still available. Even now, He is there. He assumes human body and relates with you, answers you, responds to you, raises you.
I don't know, I was lost. And then he was done speaking, and just tears just started pouring out of my face. I'm just like, ugh, I don't know what just happened. It was just like unbelievable, just unbelievable. I was just, I'm shaking now just remembering it.
I don't know what shifts inside you. It's just, I literally felt the strong initiation happening at that time when Swamiji blessed. I don't know, it just puts you in some different world altogether, and suddenly everything seems possible. Everything seems, like that impossibilities in that 1 second, fraction of a second, that impossibility drops from you. And you just, everything seems possible, that you get into that space of possibility. And I think, that is the greatest, dropping the impossibilities is really, and something changes in you, something shifts in you. You can physically feel the change. And the energy that is generated is really, it's phenomenal.
Yes. So now, let us understand how we can make these offerings. Very simple process. You can just visit kailasamailer.com/sevas. So here are the list of the various offerings, and you can go ahead and visit kailasamailer.com/sevas, and you can scroll down to the Devi Bhavasmadhi Darshan offering. So you will see 3 steps in this process. You can first submit your intention, and once you, if you are ready to make your offering, you can go to the next step. But if you are still needing some help in making your offering, if you're interested, but you still need some help manifesting, or if you just want some more details, you can go ahead and fill out the intention form. And if you are ready to make your offering, you can go ahead and click step 2, make your offering here. And you will see, you'll be directed to this next page, the Parashakti Bhavasmadhi Darshan's donations page. And you can choose whichever offering that you would like to make. Maybe you would want to offer the Swarnamati. You can go ahead and add that to your cart. Choose it in your drop-down menu. Once you are done with that, you will see your cart and make sure that you have everything that you would like to offer. Make sure that your cart is proper. If you have everything that you would like, and you can choose as many of the offerings as you would like, 1 or 2 or more. If you would like to offer one on behalf of yourself and one on behalf of your sister, you can go ahead and add that to your cart and update your cart. And then you can go ahead and proceed to the checkout. Once you have done that, you will be able to fill out all of your billing details, your contact information, your address. And this is just like any other online payment that you would make, a very simple process. Fill out your credit card information and go ahead and select the terms and conditions and go ahead and place your order. Now, you are not done quite yet. You will still have to, once you've done with that, you will have to fill out the Sankalapat details form. This is the form which has all, where you can fill out the name of yourself and all of your loved ones for chanting during this offering. So you can just fill out your order details and your contact information and your offering. And then in the next page, you will be able to fill out your name, the name of all your loved ones, so they can be chanted out during the offering to Devi Parashakti. And along with this, now, many of us may have already heard about the Paramashivoham program, which we will be having shortly on the 19th of February. The program will be starting. And if you all, I'm sure, are as excited as I am about this program, you can go ahead and visit paramashivoham.org or kailasa.org/Paramashivoham to register today. Of course, this is one of the most awaited programs for every single Kailashian, for every single e-citizen of Kailasa, for every devotee, disciple of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, for every Hindu across the globe, as we have been waiting for 3 years for this program to be conducted just from Swamiji and be able to manifest the deeper experiences of the 25 states of consciousness, the vertical time zones, and of course, experience power manifestation much more deeply. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has most recently revealed that this program will be a consolidation of all of the teachings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism thus far, and locking that into your system, experiencing it much more deeply and much more intensely. So if you are excited and ready for this program, you can go ahead and register now. And Paramashivoham will make you experience and manifest the state, space, powers, and being of Paramashiva. Paramashivoham is an immersive 21-day awakening to teach you the science of manifesting the ultimate consciousness in you. The science begins with discovering the Paramashiva in you and getting established in this true identity by manifesting the powers of Paramashiva. It is not just a meditation program, it is pushing humanity to the next level of consciousness, to the consciousness of Paramashiva himself, the avatar, the ultimate super consciousness as per Hinduism. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, who has realized the state of super consciousness, is transmitting this experience of Paramashiva via initiation. So this program will change your life and who you know as you, your very being, to make you radiate super consciousness. So if you are excited and ready for this program, you can go ahead and register now. And you can also share about this program through social media. You can go ahead and download the social media toolkit at the bottom and share about it with all of your friends and family, and invite everyone to register for this exciting program. And do not miss out on this once in a lifetime opportunity to experience this Paramashiva Level 3 program. So now with this, we will be having a very quick break, and we'll be right back and continuing with the glimpses of the 12th of January across over the last 2 decades in the life of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So we'll be right back after a very quick break.
The ultimate divine descends in human body and expresses its extraordinary powers and experiences playfully. Sundareshwara is the embodiment of this statement. He is not Shiva as you understand, sitting in the Himalayas, frozen in the ice, in Samadhi. Sundareshwara is an artist with tremendous heart, ready to listen to human sufferings, ready to bend for human emotions. The one and only thing you need to obtain his grace is simple feeling connection. That's all. He bends for anybody, to any level. Even the word compassion is too small. He is still available. Even now, he is there. He assumes human body and relates with you, answers you, responds to you, raises you.
I don't know, I was lost. And then he was done speaking, and I mean, just tears just started pouring out of my face. I'm just like, ugh, I don't know what just happened. It was just like unbelievable, just unbelievable. I was just, oh, I'm shaking now just remembering it.
I don't know what shifts inside you. It's just, I literally felt the strong initiation happening at that time when Swamiji blessed. I don't know, it just puts you in some different world altogether, and suddenly everything seems possible. Everything seems, oh, like that impossibility is in that 1 second, fraction of a second, that impossibility drops from you, and you just, everything seems possible, that you get into that space of possibility. And I think, that is the greatest, dropping the impossibilities is really, and something changes in you, something shifts in you. You can physically feel the change. And the energy that is generated is really, it's phenomenal.
Time itself is nothing but your decision to struggle with the same rut. Your decision to struggle with the same rut is time, Kala. Your decision to swallow time is Kala Bhairava. Stand. Be a conscious woman or man. Be conscious being. Shrink the time through conscious will persistence. Make the future into present by being ferocious with yourself.
So now we will be entering into a very exciting segment. We'll be looking at some of the glimpses of this day throughout the history of KAILASA, the history of the Supreme Quantum of Hinduism, the January 12th throughout the history. So on the 12th of January in 2003, here is a glimpse from the inauguration of the Adi KAILASA Sarvetipitam, and this was published in media houses sharing about the delegates, including the chief minister and many other esteemed guests that attended this event. Here you can see the photo that was published in various newspapers and speaking about the inauguration of the Adi Kailasas of the Hindu. And on the 12th of January in 2007, we celebrated the birth star celebrations of the young avatar during the Jayanti Brahmotsavam. So now let us watch a quick video of the birth star celebrations of the Supreme Pontificate Committee.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda.
Yes. And those were the birth star celebrations of the Supreme Pontiff Hinduism in Tiruvannamalai. You can see all of the blessed beings who are receiving the blessings of the Supreme Pontiff Hinduism on public under the very rock where the Supreme Pontiff Hinduism himself had his first enlightenment experience. And you can see how many thousands of people gathered in Tiruvannamalai to celebrate the happening of the avatar and the celebrations of the Jayanti of the avatar. And following the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's 30th Jayanti celebrations in 30 countries worldwide, his birth star was celebrated, as always, in Tiruvannamalai, his birthplace and the spiritual nerve center of the world. Every year, Swamiji is received in the Arunachala temple of Tiruvannamalai with great joy and reverence, and special offerings are made by the chief priests of the temple to the deities in honor of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And following are some of the pictures of this trip to Tiruvannamalai. And see how many thousands of people here are gathered to celebrate the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and the 30th Jayanti celebrations. And here you can see how many thousands of people are receiving blessings directly from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in the very place where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism received his first enlightenment experience. Now let us look at 2008, on this day, January 12th, where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had the first day of the Nitya Yoga Teachers Training Retreat in Bidadi, Bangalore. And here you can see the flyer for this teacher training program. And this was a 12-day course conducted by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism taught meditation, Nitya Yoga sessions, and many other ancient Vedic practices. And they, of course, had pure sattvic Ayurvedic food. And on that same day, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism also had the Maheshwara Puja. Here you can see the sannyasis of the Nityananda order being served the offering for the Maheshwara Puja. And now let us see the happenings in 2009 on this very day, on January 12th. This was the inauguration of the Kodikan Ratha Yatra in Kanyakumari by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself. You can see how many thousands of people were in attendance for this enormous yatra, where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism traversed across Tamil Nadu, and this whole yatra saw the reawakening of Hinduism and the reawakening of the Hindu practices and so many people were converted back to Hinduism during this time. This was literally a reinvigoration of Hinduism just from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism traversing on foot across Tamil Nadu. You can see the first day of this, the inauguration of the Kodikan Ratha Yatra. Thousands of people gathered to receive the darshan and blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in Kanyakumari. So here are the birth star celebrations. 30 Jayanti celebrations and the Nithyananda Yoga Teachers Training and the Maheshwara Puja, which was conducted in 2008. And here are the photos of the Kodikan Ratha Yatra, the inauguration of the Kodikan Ratha Yatra in 2009. And you can see how many people are gathered here for this. And many esteemed guests were also in attendance for this huge happening, this huge event conducted by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Now let's look at the happenings of this day in 2010 on January 12th. And of course, in the typical day of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, it's always filled with activities, and many people are being graced, blessed by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. On this day, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had a meeting where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was training the Adinavasis, at house visits, at LBE sessions, and much more. You can see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism blessing people in their very homes, gracing them with darshan and blessings, and conducting the LBE sessions, training them in Adinavasi meetings, and of course, looking at the various deities and giving instructions on how to carve and sculpt them. And on 2011, on this very day, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism gave a discourse on the Patanjali Yoga Sutras, and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism began with this discourse with a new interpretation of the word asana. Asana is roughly translated as posture, and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, to quote the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself, revealed, I want to translate it as turning yourself to the cosmos. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism revealed, Sthira and Shuka, the way in which you tune yourself to the cosmos should be stable, sturdy, and comfortable for you. There are thousands of ways to tune yourself to the cosmos. For every act, you have a particular posture. If you lie down in a relaxed way and try to shout at someone, it will not work. Posture, your consciousness, and action, all three are connected closely. By lying down, you cannot shout at someone, and by standing up, you can't sleep. Change in body posture brings change in your consciousness. Many have started disrespecting the body as though the body is a villain. The body is the victim of you. You go on abusing the body continuously for your enjoyment. You take the body to the extreme. Your body is the mirror. The light coming to the mirror is the cosmic and light. You need to align the mirror to a certain posture where the cosmic light reflects itself without distortion or deflection. That tuning is asana. So this is a very profound revelation on the asana and what many have misinterpreted as asana in modern day. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has made this breakthrough revelation about yoga and the Patanjali Yoga Sutra discourses. And now let us look at a glimpse of this day in 2012, on January 12th. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, of course, started the day with a visit to the temple and the banyan tree. Here you can see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism bowing down to the banyan tree, offering his respects and gratitude to the banyan tree. And of course, this was also during the time the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was revealing the sacred secrets of the Bhagavad Gita. And on this day, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism revealed about Karma Yoga from Bhagavad Gita chapter 3. Now let's look at 2013, and here you can see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism conducting the NDOI sessions, and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on this day revealed the secrets of death and special kriyas to awaken the navel center. Here you can see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism also conducting DTA, Dial the Avatar, and blessing people. And on this day in 2014, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was in Haridwar conducting Inner Awakening. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism details the science of Kalpataru Darshan in this program. And it is the science of initiating us into possibility, infusing us with the ability to cause our own reality. This science is open and available to all of us by continuously completing with our pattern of self-doubt, self-hatred, and self-denial. We will be able to live this science, teaching it to others, and be established in the understanding of enlightenment. You can see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism conducting the Inner Awakening, blessing the participants with this sacred science of Kalpataru. And of course, this is just one small glimpse of the day of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, of course, had dozens of other activities and happenings. And here you can see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism visiting the Acharya Mahamandaleshwara of the Atalakara, Sukdevaji's ashram, and having a discussion with the Acharya Mahamandaleshwara of the Atalakara. And on the same day, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism also was visited by Ramanandaji. And here you can see the photos of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Now let's look at 2015 and have a short glimpse of the happenings of January 12th, 2015.
Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda
जीवन्मुक्तिप्रदं देवं क्षमापूर्णं जगद्गुरु
शान्ति 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 अग्ना विष्णु सजोषसेमावद्धन्तु
Paramashivoham Om
Yes, that was just a short glimpse of the Atirudra Mahayoga, which happened on this very day in 2015. And here you can see another One Is capsule. You can watch this on YouTube as well. And in 2016, this was the auspicious day of Swami Vivekananda's Jayanti, and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism expounded on the cosmic principles of seeking during the everyday live discourses satsang, and it awakens intense seeking and ferociousness in all of us. Here you can see the photos of this live satsang. And here you can have a glimpse of what the happenings of 2017 on this day.
गंधवास नित्यानंद
Yes, now that we had a glimpse of what happened in 2017, now let's look at what happened in 2018. This was the first day of the Nithyananda Yoga teachers training, and the program participants were introduced to practice the Shaktis and began manifesting powers.
Early morning Nithyananda Yoga was conducted. The new sequence of 108 asanas was practiced while listening to the Sanskrit mantras which were associated to each asana. Nithyananda Yoga is the revival of the original authentic practice of yoga that Sadashiva taught to Devi.
So that was just a quick glimpse of 2018, the yoga teachers training that was happening, and the Supreme Pontificanism in 2019 expounded on the cosmic principles of the Samrajya Lakshmi Kritika. And during Yes, on this day, the Supreme Pontificanism expounded on the cosmic principles of the Samrajya Lakshmi Kritika, and during the live discourse, the live satsangs, and revealed about the Akashic Tantra. In 2020, the Supreme Pontificanism revealed about the multi-dimensions of the universe during the live satsang, and the Supreme Pontificanism explained the real heroism is Paramashanta Swarupa. And here is just some of the photos of the Supreme Pontificanism during the live discourse in 2021. So now we had just a quick glimpse of all the happenings in KAILASA throughout the years on this very day. So now we will be coming to an end of this program, but do stay tuned for tomorrow. At this time, we will be having the darshan of Bhagavan Venkateshwara manifesting through the Supreme Pontificanism for the Vaikuntha. So do stay tuned and receive the blessings, grace, and darshan of the Supreme Pontificanism himself. So now we will be concluding with the Purna Mantra. Purnamada Purnamidam Purnamat Purnamidachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnameva Shishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Om Tat Sat Sarvam Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Padavat Pranamastu. Om Nithyanandam.
Paramashivoham.